Hello, welcome to MySQL Bootcamp course. My name is Jayanta Sarkar and I'm professionally full-stack web developer and online instructor. MySQL, sometimes we pronounce MySQL. It is the most popular open source database in the world. It is used by various tech giants like Google, Apple, Amazon, etc. Over the couple of years, people said everyone should learn to code. But now, everyone should learn to SQL. Whether you are iOS developer, Android developer, game developer, or a web developer. And if you are in sales and marketing, otherwise run your own company, learning SQL would be great addition for your portfolio. So before we jump into this course, let's see what we are going to learn from this course. In our first tutorial, I am going to give you the idea what is MySQL and what is relational database. And then we will see how to install MySQL in our computer. In our next tutorial, we are getting familiar with MySQL Workbench application. It is a graphical interface that is used to run our SQL query. Next, we are going to learn how we can create user and database. With that, we are going to learn how can we create tables. Next, we will learn how can we insert multiple data in our table. At the next part, we will start constraints. Select command with where clause, all type of SQL operators. We are going to learn wildcards, regular expressions, order by and distinct clause, is null and not null operators, and aggregate functions. Also, we are going to learn update command, delete command, commit, and rollback. And then we are going to jump into the most important part of MySQL, which is relational database. In this section, we are going to learn primary key and foreign key concepts. Next, we are going to work with joins. Left join, right join, cross join, inner join, etc. Also, we are going to learn how can we join multiple tables at once. Next, we are going to learn group by and having clause. With that, also we are going to working with subqueries like exist, not exist, union, union all, and in the next part we are going to learn conditions. If and case statement, arithmetic function, string function, date function, time function. Also we are going to learn alter command, order distinct, drop and truncate, view, index, and import and export database using MySQL Workbench application, etc. After that, we are going to start our project. This course is created for completely beginner, otherwise intermediate students. If you don't have any knowledge about database, otherwise any programming language, also you can join this course. This course is completely beginner friendly. After end of this course, you are able to create complete library management system, database management systems, student management system, etc. This course would be great addition for your portfolio. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. First of all, what is MySQL? MySQL is a database management system. Basically, it is a software which can manage data. Now you might have questioned what is database. A database is a collection of data stored in a format that can easily be accessed. Let me clear the concept, how it's actually work. What is database? Here you can see a HTML form in your screen. You can see this kind of form many websites. Maybe you've seen it in a login page, register page, flight booking website, hotel booking website, college application, etc. So the information we get from this HTML form, we store in a database. And basically, MySQL store our data in a table format, something like that. As you can see in our form, from here we take name, age, and gender. Suppose total 4 people fill up this form. Advan, Smith, Ravi, and Roma. And they fill up this form with their age and gender. All type of data we store in our database. And we call it collection of data. And the advantage of saving data in this way is that we can read it easily. It is look like a Excel sheet. We can easily read this table. We can read all the name, their age, their gender. And when we store data in organized way, we call it database. Now, let's talk about what is database management system. Otherwise, we can call it DBMS. MySQL is one of database management system. It's a kind of software which helping us to manage data. And to manage the data, we use SQL query. Now, let's see how it's work with database. Suppose there is a client with computer and he tried to fill some form and save the data in a database. The client cannot save the data directly to this database. They need a software called DBMS, which stands for Database Management System. At first, the information from the client side go to the DBMS. Then DBMS send the data to the database. And whenever we try to access, otherwise extract the data from the database, once again, DBMS play the mediator role. And there are many popular DBMS software in the world. Oracle is in top of all of them. And then comes MySQL. MySQL is the world's second most popular DBMS system. Without it, there are other popular DBMS systems: MySQL Server, PostgreSQL, MongoDB. So now it's clear for you what is DBMS. Now let's talk about type of database. There are two types of database. First one is relational database and second one is NoSQL database. And if I talk about relational database, this kind of database use table format to store the data. Here you can see a database structure which is based on movie ratings, and it is a relational database. In this database, you can see total 4 tables: rating table, user table, movies table, and tax table. And both of the tables connected with each other. That's why we call it relational database, RDBMS. And in this tutorial series, we are going to learn relational database because MySQL is a relational database. And as I told you, our relational database use SQL language to communicate each other. And SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Now, let's talk about our second type of database, which is NoSQL database. In this database, we do not use table structure to save the data. It saves our data in a document based. And we have two popular NoSQL database, which is MongoDB and Redis. This kind of databases do not use SQL query to store data. And as you know, in this tutorial, we are going to learn about MySQL database. Now, let's learn about the advantages of MySQL database. MySQL database is a cross-platform RDBMS. It means we can use it most of the operating systems like Windows, Linux, Mac. And the next most advantage is we can use it multiple programming languages like PHP, Node.js, Python, C#, etc. And the third and most advantage is it is open source software. It means we don't need to pay anything for that. Next advantage is MySQL is a RDBMS database. That's why we can relate multiple tables in a single line of command. And the fifth advantage is MySQL database server is very fast, reliable, scalable, and easy to use. So you already know the benefits if they using of MySQL database. Now let's find out world's most popular websites that can use MySQL to store their data. First is Facebook, second is Twitter, then Google, Wikipedia, and YouTube. And these websites do not need any introduction. Also, most popular CMS system using MySQL like WordPress, Joomla, Drupal, etc. CMS stands for Content Management System. So this is the introduction video of MySQL database. I hope now you understand why we need to learn MySQL. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. It is our second video. In this video, we are going to see how we install MySQL and how we can run SQL command key on it. Let's see how we can install MySQL. So your first step is you need to download one of these 3 servers on your computer: XAMPP, WAMP, or MAMP. In this video, we are working with XAMPP application. Let's see how we can download or install in our machine. Just search download XAMPP in your browser. Then click on the official link. This link will redirect you to download page. And here you can see the download options for 3 type of OS. If you are Windows user, then go for Windows. And if you are Linux user, then go for Linux. And it is also available in Mac version. I am Windows user, so I'm going to download Windows version. So I'm going to click this link. And you can see our download has started. My internet connection is not very fast, so I'm going to pause this video. If we install XAMPP application, then MySQL will be automatically installed with it. and it is also installed another web application named phpMyAdmin. Not only that, we are going to use third-party application MySQL Workbench. This is MySQL Corporation's own graphical tool. Here too, we can run the command of MySQL, and we use this tool in this course. Finally, our download is complete. Let's install the XAMPP application in this computer. It's take little time to install. First, I'm going to run this application with administration. You can see an alert on your screen. Just click OK. Then you can see the setup wizard. Just click on Next. First of all, check if MySQL and Apache are selected or not. If selected, then click on Next. Then you need to choose a folder where you want to install XAMPP, and I want to go with default path. Then click Next, select your language, and Next. Now your installation process will start. Your setup is ready for install. Just click on Next and wait for some time. Don't worry, it's take little time. After complete the installation process, you can see an alert on your screen. You need to allow your Apache server communicate with private or public network. So just click on Allow Access and then just click on Finish. And also I'm going to run the XAMPP server. You can see the XAMPP control panel on your screen. First you need to start Apache and MySQL. So I'm going to click on Start button. You have to wait a little until its color is green. And once again it asks for network permission. Just click on Allow Access. Now your MySQL is ready. Then I back to browser. For now, I don't need this tab. So I'm going to close it. And just type localhost on your URL bar. And it's redirect to an dashboard. As we say, we will use another application to run MySQL. Just open a new tab and type mysql.com. So before I download this application, let me introduce what is phpMyAdmin. So just back to the localhost and click on phpMyAdmin. You can see here that the control panel of our phpMyAdmin is open. It's basically a web-based tool, and here you can practice your MySQL. You can see this on the left side. These are our database. If we click on any of these, we can see the table inside it. And if you want to create a new database, then just click on Database. Then a form will open in front of you, Create Database. And you can put here whatever name you want. So I'm going to create a new database, name test2. And then just click on Create. You can see on your left, a new database has been created, named test2. But we have not made any tables yet. There is another way to create a database. For this, you need to click on Home icon. Then you need to click on SQL link. And here you can create a database using the SQL command. Just type create database and then type your database name. And our database name is test3 and use semicolon to end this line. Remember, SQL commands are not case sensitive, so you can use small letter or capital letter. It's totally on you. And then just click on Go button. It's execute the SQL command and create a new database test3. This is the first way where we can practice MySQL. If you do not want to use any third-party application, then it would be the great option for you. But in this tutorial series, we are going to work with a third-party application, which is MySQL Workbench. So let me show you how we can install it. But you need to remember one thing. Before you start MySQL Workbench application, you need to start your localhost server. In our case, XAMPP. So let's back to our second tab. Then click on second link, download. Then scroll your page little bit. Then you can see a link, MySQL Community Downloads. Then a page will open in front of you. Here you can see all the software of MySQL. But here we need to install MySQL Workbench only. So if I click on this link, this software works just like PHPMyAdmin, but its user interface is very easy to operate. Then just click on the drop-down link and select your operating system. I am Windows user, so I select Windows. And then just click the download button. Then it asks for login or sign up. But you don't need to sign up for download this application. Just click on no thanks, just start my download. And it will start your download. Then just open the download folder and just double click on the application. Then you can see a setup wizard. Then click on next. If you want to change your file directory, you can. But I would like to go with default option. So then I click next button once again. Then you can see two options, complete or custom. And I would like to go with complete. Then click next. Then your installation process will start. It's take little time. So finally our installation process is complete. So first you need to create a connection. So creating a new connection, you need to click this plus icon. And this will open a new window, something like this. Set up new connection. First you need to create a connection name. And our connection name is demo. Yes, you can choose your own connection name. And then come connection method. You don't need to change it. Just keep it as it is. Similarly, you don't need to change your host name. And your port name also. Just keep it as it is. And you don't need to change your username. Then if you want, you can set your password. By default, XAMPP server came with no password. And if you want, you can use password. And I don't want to use any password. So I'm going to leave it blank. And then just leave the default schema and press OK. Then you can see it's create a new connection name demo. And then just double click on your connection. If this is your first time, you will receive a warning message. Just right click on don't show this message again. And then press continue anyway. Then an editor will open in front of you. So this is your SQL editor. Here you can practice your MySQL commands. And if you want to see what your old databases are, just click on schema. Now you can see my previous databases. And this is your SQL editor. Here you can type your SQL command. Just type your SQL command and click on thunder icon and it will run your command. And if you want to delete your old database, then just select your database, right click on it and just click on drop schema. Then it asks for review SQL and drop now. And you can see it delete our test3 database. Similarly, we can delete test2 database. Let's create a new database named student using SQL command. So I'm going to type create database student and use semicolon to end this line. And then I'm going to click this thunder icon. If the green sign came here, then you think your code has worked properly. And if the color is red, then think that your command was not successful. As you know, our database is created. But we can't still see here because we just refresh our schema. Then you can see your new database name. And if I drop down this student database, you can see some options like tables, views, functions, etc. From the next video, we will start learning SQL command. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related MySQL. And in this tutorial, we are going to create a table. In our previous tutorial, we already learned how we can create database. And now we need to create a table using SQL command. And this is the example of a table. As you can see in my table, we have total 3 columns, name, age and gender. And here we set multiple record. And now we need to create this table in our database. To create a table, we need 3 things. First, table name. We can create multiple tables in a database. Just we need to take different name for those tables. Next, to create a table, we need to define the column's name. How many columns we want, and we need to pass the column's name. And according to this example, in this table we have total 3 columns: name, age and gender. And the third most important thing that we need to create a table, which is column data types. In our column, we need to define the type of data. Suppose for name, we need to use string data type. For age, here we need to use numeric data type. And for gender, again we need to use string data type. So, to creating a table in a database, these 3 things are very important: table name, column and column data type. Now let's talk about what SQL command we need to type to create a table in our database. So this is the SQL command that we need to type to create a table. In this command, first you need to type create table. Then you need to provide the table name. And just one thing you need to remember, in your table name you cannot provide any space. For that you can use underscore sign. Then inside the round braces you need to take the column name. And you can take multiple columns name at once. And as I told you, with the column name we need to use data type, column data type. For name we need to use string, for numeric value we need to use numeric data type, etc. Then you need to use comma to take another column name. So this is how you can take multiple column name. So now you know how we can create table using this command. But now let's talk about data type. How many data type we have in SQL? Now let's talk about data type in MySQL. In MySQL, there are mainly 3 types of data types: string, numeric and date and time. Now let's check out how many string data types we have. We have total 14 different string data types: char, varchar, binary. These all data type is used to store string value. Just they are different by their length. Our first string data type is char. Char stands for character. This data type can store between 0 to 255 characters. Not only that, also we can mention the limit of this data type. Suppose if you want to set only 100 character, in that case inside the round braces you need to mention the size. Our next data type is varchar. This data type can store data between 0 to 65,535 character. Suppose if you want to store a big paragraph, in that case you need to use varchar data type. And if you want to save name, in that case you need to use this char data type. Next we have binary and var binary. Binary and var binary is similar to char and varchar, but the difference is if we use this data type, it's going to use binary format to store the data. It means it's going to save the data as 0 and 1 format. Then we have tiny text, and it's come with fixed character. It can support up to 255 characters. If we use tiny text, then we do not mention the size. Our next data type is text. In text, we save data in a bytes format. And this data type support up to 65,535 bytes data. Our next data type is medium text. This data type can support huge amount of characters. Basically, it supports 16 million plus characters. Next, we have long text. This data type can support 4 billion plus characters. Then we have tiny blob. All type of blobs store data in a bytes format. And it's pretty similar to text. Just the difference is text save data in a character format and blob save data in a bytes format. And we have total 4 blob data type: teeny blob, blob, medium blob and long blob. And our last 2 remaining data type is enum and set. Basically, both the data type do the same job, but their size is different. Basically, here we pass set of values. Then, in our column, we can choose any of it. If we use enum, then we can set value up to 65,535 values. But if we use set, then we can set up to 64 values. Suppose here we pass only 3 colors: red, green and blue. And to separate the value, we need to use comma. Then in the column, I want to print only one value from this list. So in that case, we can use this type of data types, enum and set. Just the difference is enum can store lot of values and set can store limited amount of values. So these are all data types related string. Now let's talk about our next data type, which is numeric data type. And we have total 13 numeric data type in MySQL. Our first data type is bit. Our bit data type provides a range, number between 1 to 64. Similarly, we have tint. It can store data between minus 128 to 127. Then we have int data type, and it is used to store good amount of data. Integer and int both are same data type. Int is shorthand of integer. And then we have small int, medium int, and big int, and these are their value range. Then we have bool and boolean. Both are same. Bool is the shorthand of boolean. Both the data type can save only one value at the same time. 0 either 1. 0 stands for false. 1 stands for true. And our last remaining data type is used for decimal value. Float, double, decimal, DEC. Float and double, these two data type is pretty similar. Also, we can mention the size and digit in decimal point. So these are all data types related numeric values. Now, let's talk about date and time data types. We have total 5 date and time data types in MySQL. Date, date time, timestamp, time and year. If we use date data type, then we can store date up to 1000 to 9999. We can save any date between these years. Just we need to use this format. First we need to pass year, then we need to pass month, and then we need to pass date. Our next data type is date and time. If you want to save date and date and time at once, in that case, you can use this data type. And this is the format to store data in date and time. Year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. Our third data type is timestamp. Timestamp means the time that has passed. If you want to store any old date, then you can use this one. Our fourth data type is time. If you want to store only the time, in that case, you can use this one. Just you need to follow this format, hour, minute, and second. And our last data type is year. This data type support 4-digit format. Example, 901. So these are all data types in MySQL. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this data type to create a table. Hello, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. But first, we need to start our XAMPP server. So I already opened my XAMPP control panel. So first I'm going to start Apache, and then I'm going to start MySQL server. So first we need to create our connection. So I hover my cursor to the connection name and double click on it. It's trying to connect with server. We learned about its interface in the previous video. First of all, you have to choose the database that you want to work with. So right click on your database and click on Set as Default Schema. And now you are able to create tables in this database. And you can use another method to choose your database. Just you need to type a simple SQL command. Just type use, then type your database name, student, semicolon to end this line, and click on the flash icon to execute this code. Now your database is selected and ready to use. Now we can create table in this database. And you can see in our schema section, there is no table in our database. Now we are going to create a table. Let's type our command to create a table. Create table. SQL is not case sensitive, so we can use both type of letter, capital or small. And our table name is personal. Then we start our parenthesis. And obviously we need to use semicolon to end this line. So inside this round braces, we need to take our column's name. Our first column is ID. And its data type is integer. So I type int. Then I use comma. And I'm going to type our second column name, which is name. And its data type is varchar. Not only that, we can fix our character limit inside the round braces. For name, I would like to give 50 character. And our next column is birth date. And our data type is date. And our next column is phone number. And its data type is varchar. And I would like to give 14 character for our phone number. And our last column is gender, which is also varchar. And for gender, I would like to give one character, M for male, F for female. So our command is complete. We take 5 different columns for our table, and our table name is personal. And now I'm going to click the thunder icon to execute my code. And you can see in my action output section, it executes our code perfectly. Then I back to schema section and click on refresh icon. And you can see a drop down sign in table section. And if I drop down it, you can see our table, which was personal. If I select our table, you can see the column's name and their type. In the same way, if we click on the table link, you can see some options. Columns, index, foreign key. And if I click this columns link, you can see our column's name. We can create multiple tables in our database. Let's create another table named products. Our first column is product ID. So I'm going to type PID. And its data type is integer. And our second column is product name. And its data type is varchar. And we don't need the date of birth column. And for company, I'm going to type P company, means product company. And for product price, I'm going to type price. And its data type is integer. Let's execute the code. You can see in my output section, our commands run perfectly. And if I refresh our schema, you can see now we have 2 tables in our database. First one is personal and second one is product. Unfortunately, there is no data in our table. In the next video, I will show you how can we insert data in our table. And if you want to see the table in graphical format, just hover on your table and now you can see 3 icons. Just click on table icon. Now you will see a table structure. When I click the table icon, it's run this SQL command. Select start from student.product. There is no information in our table, so you can't see anything. In the similar way, you can see the another table. Just mouse over the table name and click table icon. And you can see our columns name, ID, names, birth date, phone, gender. So I hope you can understand how we can create tables using SQL command. So in the next video, we are going to insert data in our table using SQL command. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related MySQL. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can insert data in our table. To insert data in our table, we are going to use insert SQL command. In our previous tutorial, we learned how we can create table using SQL command. But in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can insert data in this table. Something like that. Let me show you the insert command. So this is the insert command. First, we need to type insert into. Then we need to provide the table name. According to our previous tutorial, it may be personal, otherwise product. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the column's name, in which column we want to set the data. And we need to use comma between our columns name. And then we need to provide another keyword called values. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the values, the actual values, name, age, gender, etc. But here you need to remember one thing. You need to arrange the values the same way as you arrange the column's name. Suppose in your first column, you pass age and then gender. Then your values should be follow the same path. First you need to provide the age value, then you need to provide the gender value. It is up to you how you want to sort the column's name. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. And then I'm going to show you how we can insert data in our tables. Before you start MySQL Workbench application, you need to start XAMPP server and SQL and Apache. Then you need to go to the MySQL Workbench application. And here you can see your connection name, demo. Then double click on it. After double click on it, as you can see, here we create a database named student. And in this database, we have total 2 tables, personal and product. So in this tutorial, we are going to save data in our personal table. And if I open the personal table, as you can see, we have total 5 columns: ID, name, birth date, phone and gender. So at first, I'm going to remove the old codes. So this is our previous query. And we are going to start with insert query. So I'm going to type insert into our table name. Our table name is personal. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass the column's name, in which column we want to set the data. Our first column name is ID. Then we need to use comma. Then our second column name is name. Our third column name is birth date, underscore date, comma. Our fourth column name is phone. And our fifth column name is gender. So these are all column name of our table. Then we need to use value keyword. Values. Values inside the round braces. Here we need to pass the values. And also we need to use semicolon outside the round braces to complete the query. So at first, inside the round braces, we need to pass the ID number, which is 1. After comma, then we need to pass student name. For that, we need to use double quotes because for name, here we use varchar data type. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type add1 minge, comma. Our third data type is date. Also, we need to take inverted comma. Also, we need to use dual quotes. And inside the double quotes, I'm going to type the date, his birth date, 1996, 05, month, and date is 03. Then, after comma, I'm going to take the phone number. For phone number, we use varchar data type. So, again, I'm going to pass inside the double quotes, and the phone number is 000-999-888. It's a dummy phone number. Next, I'm going to take gender value. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to take capital N for male. Now, let's execute the code and see is it work properly or not. For that, we need to press this thunder icon. After press this thunder icon, as you can see, it executes our SQL query successfully. And now, I want to see the personal table data. For that, we need to hover on this table name and you can see an icon. And we need to click this last icon. If I click this last icon, as you can see, it returns the table. Basically, it's run this query. Select star from our database name and our table name, personal. And as you can see, it returns the table data. ID 1, name add1 minge, date of birth, phone number, and gender. So basically, in this tutorial, we learned how we can insert data in our table. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn how we can insert multiple data in our table. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. It is our 5th video in our tutorial series. In this video, you are going to learn how can we insert multiple rows using SQL command. In the previous video, I explained you how can we insert multiple data in our table using SQL command. But the problem is, we need to add data one by one. Suppose we need to insert 5 rows in our table. In that case, we need to run this SQL command for 5 times. First, we need to execute for add1, then we need to execute for Smith, and similarly, we need to execute for Sophia and Emma. So we have to run the insert command every time when we want to add a row. It's a very lengthy process, but we can cover it in a single step. Using this insert command, we can add multiple rows at once. Let's see the syntax, how it's work. You can see on your screen, first we need to use insert command key, insert into our table name, and then we need to define the column's name. And we need to use another keyword, values. Then you need to take a round braces for the information you want to add in your columns. And we need to follow the same order. And then you need to use comma. And similarly, you can take another row of data and you can add a new record. In this process, you can take multiple rows of data. And at last, you need to use semicolon to end this command. So let's see the practical. How can we use insert command to add multiple rows of data? So I am back to my MySQL Workbench application, and I also open XAMPP control panel. And before run the MySQL Workbench application, we need to start XAMPP localhost server. First I am going to start Apache server, and then I am going to start MySQL. And then I am waiting for green signal. Now it's ready for connection. Let's connect it. So I'm going to hover on my connection name, demo, and double click on it. And you can see on your screen, we can connect our connection perfectly. In our schema section, you can see our database names. And also you can see my tables name, personal and product. Let's see what we have in our personal table. So I'm going to hover on table icon and click on it. And you can see there is one row of data which we insert in our previous video. Name Advan means, date of birth 1995, and gender is male. And now I'm going to add 3 records at once in this table using insert command. So I am back to my query 1 section. First I'm going to type insert keyword. Insert into our table name personal. And then I'm going to use round braces. Inside the round braces, we need to type our column's name. Our first column is ID. Our second column is name. And our third column is birth underscore date, comma, our fourth column is phone. And our fifth column is gender. And then I type another keyword, values. In the next line, I'm going to take another round braces. And we will insert the data the way we took the column name. So first I'm going to insert our ID value, 2. Then name, Smith, comma, date of birth, 1991, October 6. And for phone number, I'm going to type some random numbers. And for gender, I'm going to type capital M. And we need to use comma because we are going to add another row. So I duplicate this line. And now I am going to change the values. ID 3, name Anna, date of birth 1997, October 9. And for phone number, once again I am going to type some random number. And for gender, I am going to type capital F. Once again I duplicate our previous line and I am going to replace value. For ID, I type 4. For name, I am going to type Ravi. And birth year is 1990. But for phone number, I am going to use the similar phone number. I am going to explain you in the next video why I choose similar phone number. And for gender, I type capital M. And at the end, we need to use semicolon to end this command. So our command is complete. Now it's ready for execute. Let's execute the command. So I'm going to hit thunder icon. You can see in my action output section, it's written green signal. It's mean it's execute perfectly. And if I back to my personal table and run this command once again, you can see the new data. So you see how we insert lot of data together. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. This is our 6th video related to MySQL. In this video, we are going to learn what is constraints in MySQL and how we use it. You can see we have a list of MySQL constraints, and here are the green constraints that we will learn in this video. And there are 2 constraints left, named foreign key and primary key, that we will cover in our upcoming videos. Now the question is, what is constraints? Its main restrictions. Restrictions on the columns of our data table. This determines what kind of data we will insert into our data table. We already know how to make a table, but we can have a problem if we make the table that way. Let me show you the problem. You can see a table on your screen. I do not use any constraint in our table. You can see in our table that the ID was not entered correctly for Sophia. Similarly, Emma forgot to insert her gender in gender column because we do not use any restrictions. You can see Advan is 16-year-old. but the minimum requirement for the college is 18 years. In that case, he will not able to admission in college. And we know each student's phone number is different. Phone number should be unique. If you notice, Sophia and Advan have the same phone number. At the end, suppose our college is in Delhi. So most of the students will came from Delhi. So every time you need to insert Delhi as city. So we want to do something like that. If we leave the name of the city blank, then it automatically insert Delhi as city. For all the problem, we have different constraints. So for ID and gender, we can use not null constraints. Similarly, we need to add restriction for age column. For restriction, we have another constraint, name check. First, we need to type check keyword, then inside the round braces, we need to set our condition. In our case, age greater than equal to 18. It means if student age is below than 18, he is not able to join this college. Similarly, we want to use unique phone number for every student. In that case, we can use unique constraint. Similarly, we need to use unique constraint for our ID column. So for city, we can use default. We can set our default value. So if we skip this column, it automatically insert our default value. And also we can insert different city name. Let's see how we can use these constraints in real life. We basically use it when we create the table. To create a new table, we need to type create table, then our table name, then inside the round braces, and when you go to make a column for ID, first we need to declare data type, and then we use not null constraint because we don't want to leave it blank. Then we use our second constraint unique. If we set unique, then we do not duplicate our constant value. And for name, our data type is varchar. Similarly, I don't want to leave it blank, so I use not null constraints. And for age, I'm going to use multiple constraints. Our data type is int. First I use not null constraints, and then I use check constraints. And inside the round braces, we can set our condition. And for gender, we use varchar data type, and I don't want to leave it blank. And for phone number, our data type is varchar, and I use two constraints, not null and unique. So we do not copy student phone number in our database. So the same phone number cannot be used repeatedly. For our last column, city, we use two constraints, not null and default. So if student leave their city name, it will automatically insert Delhi as city. Then I close our table using round braces and semicolon. So we use it this way. So let's see the practical how we can use it in our queries. So finally, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I also open my XAMPP control panel. First, I'm going to start my Apache server, and then I'm going to start MySQL. And just wait for green signal. Now our localhost server is ready. So let's create the connection. First, I'm going to hover on my connection name and then double click on it. And you can see our previous code in our query section. In the previous video, we insert multiple rows at once. So let's add another student in this directory. So first I'm going to remove these lines. For our next student, our ID is 5. And I do not change my student name. And I forgot to insert gender value. Let's run this command. So I'm going to press this thunder icon, and you can see the green signal in our action output section. Let's back to the table. If I run this query, you can see in my table, our gender is blank. And I have used the phone number twice, because we do not use any restriction in our table. To resolve this problem, I'm going to create another new table. And I'm going to delete this one. To delete table, just hover on your table name and right click on it. And now you can see an option, drop table. Now you can see a confirm box on your screen and just click on drop now. And I back to my query section and I'm going to create the same table once again. But this time I'm going to use constraints. To create a new table, we need to type create table and our table name is personal. Then inside the round braces, Our first column name is ID and its data type is integer, and I don't want to leave it blank. So I use our first constraint, not null, and I do not want to repeat this ID in our table. So I use unique constraint. And our next column name is name, and its data type is varchar, and I set limit for 50 characters. And I don't want to leave this column blank, so I use not null constraint. And for age, our data type is int, and I don't want to leave it blank, so I use not null constraint. And I want to set limit for student age, so I use check constraint. If age is below than 18, then he is not able to join this college. Comma, for gender, our data type is varchar, and I use not null constraint. And for phone number, our data type is varchar, and I use two constraints, not null and unique. And for city, our data type is varchar, and I don't want to leave it blank, so I use not null. And if any student forgot to provide his city, then we need to use default constraints, and our default city is Delhi. So our query is complete. Let's run the query. So I'm going to click on the flash icon. You can see the green signal. So our query ran perfectly. And if I refresh our schema section, you can see our table name personal. And if I click on our table name, you can see the column's name and its data type below on your screen. And if I open our personal table and open our columns, also you can see the column's name. ID, name, age, gender, phone, city. Let's see the table. So I hover on my table name and click on table icon, and I want to insert a student in our table. So I'm going to type the query. Insert into, our table name is personal. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide our column's name. ID, name, age, gender, phone, and city. And then we need to type another keyword, values. Then inside the round braces, our student ID is 1. Our student name is Ad1, and he is 19 years old. His gender is male. So I type capital M. And for phone number, I am going to type some random numbers. And he is from Delhi. And I use semicolon to end this line. So our query is complete. Let's run the query. And you can see the green signal in our output section. Let's see the table. Just hover your cursor on your table name and click on table icon. And you can see the first data in our table. Let's add another student in this table. And this time, you forgot to enter gender value. So I remove gender from our column's name. And also I'm going to remove this one from our value section. And also you forgot to change student phone number. And our student ID is 2. And our student is 18 years old. And our student name is Anna. Let's try to insert this value in our table. So I'm going to press flash icon. And you can see in my output section, there is red signal. We set our phone number unique, and it shows the error for duplicate entry. So first we need to resolve our phone number problem. So I'm going to change the phone number. And once again I'm going to run this query. And this time you can see a warning sign. It's worked perfectly, but it shows some warning. It warns gender doesn't have default values. If I back to my table and show you my table, you can see our gender section is empty. Empty means null value. Let's back to our query section. And once again, I'm going to use our gender column. Age, gender. In our value, I'm going to provide capital F for gender. And this time, our student name is Sushmita, and her ID is 3. But she forgot to provide her city name. And this time, I'm going to remove city from our column section. Also, I remove city name from our value section. But if I run this query, it's not going to work. Let's run the query. Because once again, we do not change student phone number. Student ID and student phone number should be unique. We do not duplicate their values. So I'm going to change the phone number and then I'm going to run the query. And this time you can see it's worked perfectly. There is no warning. But if you notice, we do not provide city name because we use default constraints for this column. Let me show you our table. So I'm back to my table and run this code. You can see by default the city name is Delhi. Let's add another student. And our student ID is 4. And student name is Rahul. And he is just 16 years old. And his gender is male. He is male, so I type capital M. And I also change student phone number. And if I try to insert this student in our database, it's not work. Our query failed it because we set limit for student age. If student below than 18, he is not able to join this college. So I'm going to change his age. Now he is 20. And also I want to use city column. Phone, comma, city. And this time I want to enter different city name. And Rahul is from Kolkata. And if I run this query, you can see now it's worked perfectly. And if I show you my table, you can see we can insert different city name. If city is not available, then our default constraints put Delhi as his city name. So I hope now you understand how we can use constraints in our columns. It is very important to use. I hope you understand the use case of unique, not null, default and check. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this video, we are going to learn how we can use select command in our queries. In our previous video, we learned how we can create tables in our database. And we also learned how we can insert data in our database. Now I want to see the data from my table. We can do this by using the select command. Let me show you the syntax. You can see, first we need to type select command. After select command, you need to type your column's name. In our case, column 1, column 2. Which columns you want to see data is up to you. Then you need to use another keyword, from, and you need to type your table name. By doing this, you will get all your data. You can specify your column's name to see the data. But if you want to see all the data at once, then you need to use star sign. Stars mean every column in your table. So let's start the practical and see how select command works. You can see I open my MySQL Workbench application and I also open my XAMPP control panel. And I'm going to start Apache and MySQL. And I wait for green signal. Now our localhost server is ready for work. And I'm going to create my connection. I just hover on my connection name and double click on it. And you can see our old query in our editor. And you can see my table's name in our schema section. And if I want to show my table data, then I need to type select command. First I'm going to remove my old queries. Select star. Star means every column in our table from our table name, personal. Then I use semicolon to end this line. And I'm going to click run button. You can see it provides all the data from our personal table. Basically, we have 4 records in our table. And you can see all the columns. So, if you want to see all the data from your table, select star from your table name. And if you want to see particular columns from your table, yes, you can. Let me show you. I want to see student ID, their name and their gender. So I type ID, name, gender. And if I execute the query, you can see our student ID, student name and their gender. After select command, you need to type your column's name. Then you can see the information in that column in your table. Let me show you one thing. You can see our ID, name and gender is in small letter. But I want to make it capital letter. In that case, we can use alias name for our column's name. After ID, I'm going to type as keyword as capital ID. Similarly, for name, as I'm going to type capital student. And for gender, I'm going to type capital gender. These are alias name. Using alias name, you can take different name for your columns. Let's execute this code. You can see it replaces our column's name with their alias name. And if you want to show two words name for your column, I just trying to say student name as column name. Yes, you can. In that case, you need to use double quotes. And inside the double quotes, you can type two different words. Student name. If you want to show space in your column name, then you need to use inverted quotes. Let's execute this code and you can see the result. Now our column name is student name. After this, let's see how we can retrieve conditional based data from our table. When we try to retrieve conditional based data, then we need to use where clause. You can see a table on your screen. From this table, I want to retrieve some conditional based data. I want to show all the male students from our table. As a result, it returned this kind of table. You can see we have only 2 male students in our table. And now I want to run another condition and I want to show the student data who are more than 30 years old. In that case, it returned this kind of table. You can see we have only one student who is over 30 years old. Whenever we try to retrieve conditional based data from our table, then we need to use select command with where clause. Let me show you the syntax. First we have a select statement and I want to show all of this column from my table. So I use star. Then I use a keyword named from and our table name. Then we don't need to close this statement. Just using a space and type where clause. Then we need to define our condition. Let's see what comparison operator we have to make the condition. You can see our first comparison operator is equal and our next comparison operator is also equal. It is safe to compare null values and we have two not equal sign. Next you can see greater than sign, then come greater than or equal sign, less than sign, less than or equal sign. Then we have in operator, not operator, between operator, is null operator, is not null operator, like operator, and exist operator. We explore all of this operator in our upcoming videos. For now, I'm going to show you how we can use some common operators in this video. And right now, I'm showing you the practical. Once again, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. First, I'm going to show all of the column from our table. And you can see all of the column from our table. And now I'm going to set my condition. And I want to show all the male students from our table. So first I'm going to use where clause. Then you need to type our column names. Gender. Gender equal to capital M for male. And if I execute the code, you can see it return all the male student data. And similarly, if you want to show all the female student, you can. Just replace M with capital F. Let's execute the code. And you can see it print one row from our table. And now I decide I want to show all the students who are below than 20 years old. So first I'm going to type our column name age. And then I'm going to use less than operator. For age, I'm going to type 20 because our age column data type is int data type. So we don't need to use quotation. And if I execute the code, you can see it print all the student name who are less than 20-year-old. And if you want to show people under the age of 20 or equal to 20, then we need to use less than equal to operator. If I execute the code, you can see now it's written students who are 20 years old or below than 20 years old. Similarly, we can use greater than operator. If student age greater than 18, and if I execute this code, you can see it return two students. Advan and Rahul. Let's talk about our another operator, not equal to operator. And now I want to return all the students who are not living in Kolkata city. So I'm going to type city column not equal to Kolkata. And if I run this code, it return all the students who are not lived in Kolkata. And similarly, if I want to show all the students who are lived in Kolkata, then just remove the not equal to sign and we need to use equal to sign. And if I execute the code, you can see only Rahul lived in Kolkata. And as I showed you earlier, we have another way to use not equal to sign. If we use less than and greater than sign together, it's mean it's not equal to. And if I execute this code, you can see all the students who are not live in Kolkata. And now I want to show only student ID and name who are not live in Kolkata. Select ID, name, and if I execute the code, you can see it print student ID and their name who are not live in Kolkata. I hope now it's clear for you how we use where clause with select command. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello friends, welcome back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn why we need to use AND or NOT operator. In our previous video, we learned how we use select command with where clause. And we can use only one condition in our where clause. But if you want to use multiple operator at once, then you need to use AND or NOT operator. You can see a table on your screen. From this table, I want to retrieve age between 21 and 30, maybe 21 or greater than 21, between less than equal to 30. And if we retrieve, then we got this kind of table. We got two students and their age between 21 and 30. So we need to set two conditions with our where clause. Something like that. Where age greater than equal to 21 and age less than equal to 30, if the both conditions are true, then it return our table. You can see Sophia is 21. So her age met with our condition. If age is 21 or greater than 21 and if age is 30 or below than 30, then it shows student details. And you can see Smith is 32-year-old. It meets our first condition, but it doesn't meet our second condition. But our two conditions must be correct. Let me show you another example. And now I retrieve those students whose age is 20 and 32. In that case, it returns Smith and Emma. In that case, we need to use OR operator. Also, we can use it with where clause. Our first condition, OR keyword, then our second condition. OR means one of the two conditions must be correct. If any of condition is true, it retrieves the table. So this is our two operator. And let me show you the syntax. First we need to type select keyword and then we need to type column's name, which column we want to retrieve. And if you want to see all the columns, then you can use star sign. From, you need to type your table name. Then we need to type where clause. And then we need to declare our first condition. We can use AND keyword. Then we declare another condition. We can declare multiple conditions at once. If all the conditions are true, then we can see the result. Even if one of these conditions goes wrong, we will not able to see the result. And if we're talking about OR operator, everything is same, just we need to use OR keyword between conditions. So let's back to the MySQL Workbench application and see how it's work. You can see I open our application and I also open XAMPP control panel. And I already start Apache and MySQL. So our localhost server is ready for connection. And I'm going to create the connection. Just double click on it. And you can see our SQL editor. And you can see the old command from our previous tutorial. But first I'm going to show you my current table. So I'm going to click on table icon. And you can see we have 4 students in our table. For now, I don't need these multiple panels, so I'm going to close it. First I'm going to use AND operator. And I want to retrieve students who are greater than equal to 19 years old and less than equal to 20 years old. So I'm going to type select star from our table name personal, and then I'm going to use where keyword. Where our column name age greater than equal to 19 and age less than equal to 20. If both the conditions are true, show me the result. Let's run the code. And you can see it returned two students, Advan and Rahul. Advan is 19 years old and Rahul is 20 years old. Not only that, we can use different type of columns name with AND operator. With our first condition, I want to retrieve those students who lived in Kolkata city. So I am going to remove our second condition and type city equal to Kolkata. And if I execute this code, you can see it returned one result, Rahul. Only Rahul fulfill our two conditions at once. First, he is more than 19 years old and he live in Kolkata. Not only that, we can use three conditions at once. And now our city is Delhi. And I also want to add another condition, gender. And gender equal to male. In this case, the three conditions must be correct. And if I run this code, you can see we found one student who match our all the conditions. He is 19 years old, he lives in Delhi, and also he is a male. Let's take a look at our second operator. First, I am going to use two conditions, and we already make our conditions. I am going to remove city column, and between our first and second condition, I am going to use OR operator. Now the condition is, if student age is greater than 19 or 19, and if student age is male, then return these students. If any of condition is true from our column, it return these student names. If I run this code, you can see it returned two results, Advan and Rahul. And now I am going to use OR operator using similar columns name, where age equal to 20 or age equal to 18. If one of these condition is true, then it return our student names. And if I run this code, it return three students, Anna, Susmita and Rahul. And now I am going to use these two operators at once in our query. I want to use OR operator between each column. So I am going to move this condition inside the round braces. And then I use AND operator. And gender equal to male. I combine this each column. We know if we use AND operator, then the two conditions must be correct. And if I run this command, you can see it returned one student named Rahul because he is 20 years old and his gender is male. So it fulfill our both the condition. We use OR operator inside the round braces. So our OR operator act like one operator. So in this way, we can search complex data from our table. So I'm going to remove this code where I'm going to use not keyword. City equal to Delhi or city equal to Kolkata. This command going to retrieve students who are not living in Delhi because we use not operator for Delhi. With not operator, we also use OR operator and set city equal to Kolkata. This query going to retrieve all the students who lives in Kolkata, not in Delhi. And if I run this code, you can see it returned only one student, Rahul, because Rahul lived in Kolkata. He not lived in Delhi. And if I replace the city name, and now I don't want to show the student who are not live in Kolkata. So, here not city equal to Kolkata or city equal to Delhi. And if I run this code, you can see it return three results and all the students lives in Delhi. We use not operator for our first condition, and between our condition we use OR operator. But we can make our OR condition a single condition using round braces. Now it's act like an one condition. Let's run the query. If I run this query, it's going to return nothing because our three students lives in Delhi and one student lives in Kolkata. And if we had the name of another city, we would have seen that result. Let's run another condition for not operator. So I'm going to remove this code. Age greater than equal to 20, then show me those students who are not 20 years old or greater than 20 years old. And if I run this command, you can see it returned 3 students, Advan, Anna and Sushmita, because they are below than 20 years old. I hope now it's clear for you why we use AND, OR and NOT operator. We can retrieve complex data with that. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello friends, welcome back. In this tutorial we are going to learn IN operator. Suppose we have a table in our database and I want to retrieve those students who is 21 years old and 24 years old, and it's written this kind of table. And you can see we have only 2 students who is 24-year-old and 21-year-old, Advan and Sophia. We use OR operator to get the same result. In our previous video, using where clause, first we need to declare our condition, then we need to use OR keyword, and once again we need to declare condition. And it's a very lengthy process. To solve this kind of problem, we have another operator, IN operator. We can retrieve same result using IN operator. Just we need to type where our column name age, then our IN operator, and inside the round braces we need to type our query. And let me show you the syntax, how we can use IN operator in our SQL command. First you need to type your select command, then you need to type your column's name. And if you want to retrieve all the students, you can use star sign. Then you need to use from keyword. After that, you need to declare your table name. And then come where clause. After where clause, you need to mention the column name from where you want to retrieve data. Then we need to use IN operator. And inside the round braces, you need to provide value which you want to retrieve from this column. You can type multiple values at once. Just you need to use comma between them. And we can use our IN operator with NOT operator. When we use NOT operator with IN operator, it returns all the columns name without this value. So let's start the practical how we can use IN operator in our SQL query. So finally I am back to my MySQL Workbench application, and I also open my XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache, then I'm going to start MySQL. And we need to wait for green signal. Now our localhost server is ready for connection. So first I'm going to double click on my connection and I wait for connection. And you can see my SQL editor and my database name student. And inside my database I create a table named personal. And now I'm going to show you all the records from my table. And you can see we have 4 records in our table. And we have 6 columns in our table. First I'm going to search according to student age. And I'm going to use IN operator for that. So after from, I'm going to use my where clause. So I'm going to remove it. Where age in, inside the round braces, I'm going to search those students who are 19-year-old and 18-year-old. So inside the round braces, I'm going to type 18 and 19. And if you notice, I did some silly mistake. I don't mention my table name in my query. So we need to mention table name. And our table name is personal. Select star from personal where age in 18 and 19. So let's execute the code and see what happened. So I'm going to hit thunder icon. And you can see we got 3 results from our table. Advan, Anna and Sushmita. Advan is 19 years old. Anna is 18 years old and Sushmita also 18 years old. I can put many conditions here as I want. So I'm going to add another condition 20, and if I run this code, you can see it's written another student named Rahul who is 20 years old. Not only that, we can use NOT operator with that. It's mean show me those students who are not 18 years old, 19 years old and 20 years old. If I run this code, it's going to return an empty table. So let's run the code. You can see it's written an empty table because 4 of our students are between the age of 18 and 20. So I'm going to remove 2 conditions, 19 and 20. And now I'm going to run this code. And you can see it returned 2 students, Advan and Rahul. So it returned those students who are not 18 years old. And now I want to use our IN operator with city column. So I'm going to remove it. And I'm going to type city, and I want to show those students who are lived in Delhi. So inside the round braces, first we need to use double quotes. because our data type is varchar. So inside the double quotes, we need to type our city name, Delhi. And if I execute this code, it returns those students who are lived in Delhi. And we also use not operator with that. Now it's returned those students who are not live in Delhi. If I execute the code, you can see it returned one student, Rahul, because Rahul lived in Kolkata, not in Delhi. Using in operator, we can search in our ID. So I'm going to remove not operator, and also I'm going to remove city column. Then where ID in, and I want to show multiple student data using ID. So I'm going to remove this city name and type 1 and 4. Here I pass two ID, 1 and 4. And if I run this code, you can see it returned two students from our table, Advan and Rahul. We use in operator where we have to set multiple records. I hope now it's clear for you why and how we use in operator. Thanks for watching this video and stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, welcome back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn between operator. Here you can see a student table, and inside this table we insert some dummy data. And now I want to find something in this record. And I want to search students between 18 to 21 years old. And then it's written this kind of table. Only 3 students are between 18 and 21 years old, Sophia, Emma and Olivia. To extract this kind of record, we need to use between operator. You can see after where we need to type our column name, age. Then we need to use between keyword. And then we need to provide two values, 18 and 21. And between these two values, we need to use AND keyword. So I set a range between 18 and 21. And you can see in my table there is another column named DOB, means date of birth. And now I want to extract students who were born between 2001 and 2004. And then it's written this kind of table, because Emma, Olivia and James are born between 2001 and 2004. And if you want to extract data between two date range, we can use between keyword. You can see we need to type where DOB between 2001 and 2004, then show me the table of the students. Let's see how we can use between keyword with select command. First we need to type select our column names, which column you want to extract from your table. Then we need to use from keyword, and we need to provide table name, where column name between value 1 and value 2. And if you want to extract all the column, then you can use star sign. And we can use this between operator with not operator. Just we need to use not keyword before the between. And if we use not keyword, then it's going to return all the value without the range between value 1 and value 2. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. You can see I open my MySQL Workbench application and I already opened my XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache and then I'm going to start MySQL. And our localhost server is ready for our connection. So I'm going to create the connection. And I'm going to double click on my connection name. And you can see previous code in our query section. For now, I don't need this tab, so I'm going to remove it. Let's see what is in our table. So I'm going to click this icon. You can see we have 4 records in our table. From this table, I would like to find students who are between the age of 19 and 20. For this, I'm going to type select star from table name. And our table name is personal. And then I'm going to use where clause. Then we need to type the column name, age. And then we need to use between operator. Between. And then we need to take two values. Our first value is 18 and our second value is 20. So this query is going to return those students, those between the age of 18 and 20. Let's execute the code. So I'm going to click the thunder icon. And you can see it returned 4 students, because all the students are between 18 and 20. And if I use not operator before the between, let's see, not, now it will show those students who are not between the age of 18 and 20. And if I execute the code, you can see it's written nothing. And why it's written nothing, you know the reason. Let's run the code for student ID. So I'm going to remove this column name and type ID. And also I'm going to remove this not keyword. And I want to show those students who are between 2 and 4. And if I run this code, you can see it's written 3 student, 2, 3, 4. We have 3 records. And if I use not keyword with it and run this code, you can see it's written only 1 result because we have only 4 results in our table. So if we do not show student between 2 and 4, then only 1 student left and he is at 1. It is not mandatory that operators always be number. We also use this between keyword with our string data type. So I'm going to use it with name. Name, not between. I'm going to remove this not keyword, and between I'm going to type A and S. It's a string, so I need to move it inside the double quotes. A inside the double quote S. And if I execute the code, you can see it's written Advan, Anna, Rahul. It showed those students whose names start between A and S. So we can use this between operator with numeric value and string value. Let me show you another example with date column. But you can see there is no column named date. So I'm going to create another table. The table will have a date column in it. Now you can see I create another table named persons. And we already learned how to make table. And if I show you this table, you can see it have 4 results. You can see there are 4 rows and 3 columns. We have saved the date of birth of the student along with the name of the student. So I'm going to use between operator with that. I want to see those students who are born between 1996 and 1999. So first we need to type select star from our table name person. Then we need to use where clause. Where our column name birth date. Where date of birth between inside the quotation I'm going to type our first date 1996 month January date 01, and now I am going to use AND keyword, and the age between 1998 December month and last December. So it's going to return those students who are born between 1996 and 1998. So if I execute the code, you can see it returned 3 students, Advan, Smith and Susmita. So this is our between operator. We use it to find value between 2 numbers. Thanks for watching this video. Nice to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to learn like operator in SQL. Here you can see a dummy table on your screen. Now I want to extract those students whose names start with S. And you can see then it's written this kind of table. It's written Smith and Sophia because their names start with S. And if you want to extract result like this, then you need to use like operator, where name like inside the double quotes S module sign. It's mean our word start with S, and we don't know how many characters will come after that. It may be 0, maybe 1, or maybe multiple characters. You can see we use modular sign. Similarly, we have more characters and we called it wildcard character. And basically we use 2 characters, percentage and underscore. Percentage mean it represents 0 character, 1 character or multiple character, and underscore represent a single character. And I'm going to show you some examples of our pattern. If I type like a person, then it's going to find any value that start with A. Similarly, if I type percentage A, it's find any value that ends with A. Then if I type percentage OR percentage, it's find any value that have OR in any position. And if I type underscore R percentage, it's mean finds any value that have R in second position. And if we type A underscore percentage, it finds any values that start with A and are at last 2 characters in length. But if I use A underscore underscore percentage, it finds any values that start with A and are at last 3 characters in length. Just one thing remember, underscore mean 1 character and percentage mean any character. Could be 1 character or multiple character. And if we type A percentage O, find any values that start with A and end with O. And if we type underscore OY, it's going to find those words where O in the second and Y in the third position. Let's see how we can use like operator with our syntax. First we need to type select keyword, then our column's name from table name. Then we need to use where clause. Column, after where, we need to create a condition. Column, like operator. And then we can create any pattern as we want to search in our column. Also we can use this like operator with not operator. Something like that. Just we need to use not keyword before the like keyword. So it's going to return all the answers opposite of this pattern. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use like operator with different patterns. Hey, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I also open XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache server and then I'm going to start MySQL. And we need to wait for green signal. First we need to create the connection. So I'm going to hover over the connection name and double click on it. Here our software is open and you can see MySQL editor. And we already create two tables, personal and person. If I show you my personal table, you can see we have 4 records in our table. And if I show you another table, person, you can see we also have 4 records. So from my personal table, I want to find those students whose name start with A. For that, we need to type select star from personal means our table name. Then we need to use where clause. And we need to provide column name. And then I'm going to use like operator. And I'm going to use quotation. Because our name column data type is varchar. So I'm going to find those students whose name start with A, percentage sign. This means A should be in the beginning and what remains after that will not matter. If I execute this code, you can see we get 2 results, add1 and Anna. Not only that, we can use multiple characters at once. If I type ADW, I want to see ADW out of all the students out there. If I execute this code, you can see we get only 1 record, add1. And if I want to find such a record, it is not here, so I'm going to add another W. And if I execute this code, it's going to return blank. And now I'm going to use double percentage sign. Inside the double percentage sign, I'm going to type double N. This means if these 2 characters comes in between the name, then show us that name. It doesn't matter if it stays in the starting or stays in the end or stays in the middle. If I execute this code, you can see it return 1 student, Anna. And now I want to see those students whose name start with A and S. For this, first I'm going to type A percentage and then I'm going to use OR operator or name like inside the quotation S percentage. If I execute this code, you can see it's written 3 students, add1 Anna and Susmita. We can use not operator with that. So I'm going to remove this section and I type where name not like our pattern. If I execute this code, you can see it's written all the students who are not matched with this pattern. You can see it written Sushmita and Rahul, but it don't return add1 and Anna because their names start with A. Let me show you another operator named binary. To execute this query, I'm going to open our another table named persons and I'm going to remove this not keyword. Where name like small s, I want to show those students whose name starting with small s, not capital S. In that case, we need to use binary keyword. Where binary name like small s. If I execute this code, you can see it's written 2 students, Smith and Susmita, because their names start with small s. Let me prove it with another way. You know, in our table, there is a student named Rahul and his name start with capital R. But now I'm going to use small r. And if I execute this code, you can see it's written blank. Because we use binary keyword, so it's going to return specify character type results. And once again, if I use s, you can see it's written Sushmita and Smith. But if I use capital R, now it's going to return Rahul because his name is start with capital R. Let me show you another example. So I'm going to remove binary keyword and I'm going to use percentage sign before the character and I type N. It means I want to see those students whose name end with N. If I execute this code, you can see it's written one student, name add 1. Similarly, we can search two characters at once. So I'm going to type TA and execute the code. And you can see it written Susmita. And now I'm going to show you another example. I'm going to type R %L. This line means R will come beginning of the word and L will be in the last. There can be multiple characters between these two characters. If I execute this code, you can see it's written Rahul because his name start with R and end with L. And now I'm going to show you how can we use underscore operator. For this example, I'm going to type underscore US %. It's mean the word starting with 3 characters. U is our second character and S is our third character, but we don't know the first character. If I execute this code, you can see it written Sushmita. And now I'm going to use underscore 2 times. Underscore H. It's mean it start with 3 characters and we don't know the first 2 characters. And our third character should be H. So it's going to return those students whose third character is H. If I execute this code, you can see it written Rahul. We can use underscore between 2 characters. Let me show you. S underscore I. And if I execute this code, it's written Smith because our characters start with S and we don't know our second character and our third character is I. So this pattern match with Smith. So as a result, it's written Smith. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use like operator with patterns. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next tutorial. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn what is regular expression in MySQL. With that, we are going to learn how we can use regular expression with select command. Here you can see a dummy student table and I want to search those students whose name end with WAN. With this, I want to search another pattern. If there is a name and OPH written in that name, then show me the name. And if we try to find this kind of record from this table, then it's written these 2 results, Advan and Sophia, because Advan end with WAN. And you can see the characters OPH in Sophia. For this kind of searching, we use regular expression. You can see after here we need to provide column name. And then we need to use a keyword named regular expression, REGEXP. It's a short name of regular expression. Then inside the codes, we need to type multiple expression and we call them patterns. As you can see, it's end with 1. I type WAN and then I use $sign. It's mean the word end with 1. And then I use pi sign. It's mean I want to search another pattern using this command. So using regular expression, we can execute different type of searches in a single command. There are a lot of signs in regular expression. Let's try to understand it. First, you can see a upper arrow sign. It's mean if the string start with AB, then it's return that string. And our next sign is $sign. It's mean where string end with. If the string end with AB, then it's return that string. With that, we have square braces sign. If I type any character inside the square braces, here you can see I type RMS. In that case, it's going to find every character differently. First, it's going to search for R, then going to search for M, and at last, it's going to search for S. Next, if we use upper arrow before the square braces, and if I type any character inside the square braces, it's mean it's going to find those words who are start with A, otherwise E, otherwise R. Then we have another pattern where we can set range. Here we set a range A to Z. So it's going to find all these words if the word contain any character between A to Z. Suppose you set range between A to F. Then it's going to return those results who have the character between A to F. And if I use another character after the square braces, it's going to create different type of pattern. Then it's going to search the character who end with AE, BE, CE, something like that. And last you can see pi signs. Here we can set our different patterns. You can see I type 3 names in our pattern, Eva, Mia and Nora. Between them I use pi sign. So it's going to find all the result if the string contain this name. And we can use any of this sign to create this pattern. Don't worry about it. I'm going to show you the practical. Let's see the syntax, how we can use regular expression with select command. First we need to type select keyword and then we need to provide columns name. And if you want to show all the columns, you can use star. Then we need to type from keyword and we need to provide table name. Then come where keyword and we need to provide the exact column name where I want to search. And then we can use our regular expression and we can set our own pattern. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use regular expression. You can see I already opened MySQL Workbench application and I also opened XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache and then I'm going to start MySQL. Now our localhost server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name and double click on it. And this is our SQL editor. In our previous video, we work with person and personal table. If I show you the personal table, you can see we have only 4 records. And now I'm going to search record using regular expression. So first we need to select our table. Select star from personal. Then we need to use where clause. Where, then we need to select our column name. Name, and we need to use regular expression keyword. And now we need to provide exact pattern what I want to search in our table. And I'm going to search MI. If a name contains MI, then that name will show. Let's execute the code. So I'm going to click this thunder icon. You can see it's written a result named Susmita because MI available in this name. And if I type array, then it's going to find those words which have array character. If I execute this code, you can see it's written Rahul because Rahul start with array. We did the same thing with the help of like operator in our previous video, but we need to use percentage sign for that. In our like operator, we need to use 2 percentage sign to get the same result. But the regular expression is much more reliable than like operator. Let's dive into our next example. In the name field, I want to check those names whose name are start with AD. So we need to use upper arrow sign for this. So it's going to find those words who are start with AD. Let's run the code. If I execute the code, you can see it's written add1 because add1 start with AD. And if I type SU, it's going to find those words who are start with SU. Let's run the code. You can see it's written Susmita. So if I use arrow operator beginning of the string, then it's going to check those words who are start with this pattern. And similarly, we use $sign to check word from end. So I'm going to type NA, then I use $sign. So if I execute this code, you can see it's written Anna because Anna ends with NA. And now I'm going to show you how can we use pi sign to search more than a one pattern. So I'm going to type Rahul. Then I use pi sign and I'm going to type another word, Anna. And once again I use pi sign and I'm going to type another word, add1. Let's try to execute this code. If I execute this code, you can see it's written null. But the question is, why it written null? Because we know the students' names are available in our table. Then why it's written null? Because we use space. We need to remove this space. That's why it's written null. Regular expression count space also a character. If I execute this code, this time you can see it's written our result, add1 Anna and Rahul. If I remove an and then execute the code, you can see it's once again written Anna because Anna match with this pattern, NA, and Anna end with NA. But if I use upper arrow sign, it's when it start with NA. And if I execute this code, you can see You can see it written only two students, Advan and Rahul, because Anna not start with NA. That's why it written only two students, Advan and Rahul. But if I use $sign end of our third pattern and then execute this code, you can see it written Advan, because Advan start with this pattern and also Advan end with this pattern. And if I remove AD from Advan and then execute the code, it's also written Advan, because also this time it's end with WAN. So this is our pi sign. Using this sign, we can check multiple records at once. And you can use this sign how much you want. There is no limit to use pi sign. And now I'm going to show you another example where I'm going to use square braces. How many characters we are going to provide inside our square braces, it is going to check it one by one. If I type IS, it's not going to search is, it's going to search IS. It's going to return all the name where I and S is available. If I execute this code, you can see it's written only one student, SUSMITA, Susmita, because I and S is available in this word. But if I search I, R and D, then I execute the code, you can see now it's written Advan, Susmita and Rahul. Because D character available in Advan, I character available in Susmita, and R character available in Rahul. That's why it's written the students. We can do same thing using like operator, but we need to use OR operator for this. Then it create our code very clumsy. That's why we prefer to use regular expression. Inside the square braces, I'm going to type RN. And outside the square braces, I'm going to type A. Now the question is, what is the meaning of that? It's going to create combination. First it's going to create RA combination, then it's going to create NA combination. I'm going to remove the unnecessary characters and I'm going to execute this code. You can see it's written two students, Anna and Rahul. Because NA combination match with this pattern, also RA combination match with this pattern. We can use multiple characters inside the square braces. So I'm going to enter T character. If I execute this code, you can see it's written Sushmita also, because Sushmita end with TA character. Not only that, we can use upper arrow sign with our square braces. And I'm going to search those characters who will start with R, A and S. And if I execute this code, it's written those students who will start with R, A and S. Similarly, we can use AND operator with that. So end of the square braces, we need to use $sign. And if I execute this code, it's written only two students, Anna and Susmita, because these two words end with A character. And in our condition, A character is available. If I type DN inside the square braces, and I'm going to use A character beginning of the square braces, and if I execute this code, you can see it's written Advan and Anna, because it creates two combination, AD and AN, and these two combination match with Advan and Anna. Not only that, we can use range inside the square braces. And I'm going to type C to E, and I'm going to tell you how it's works. It's going to find those characters who are between C to E. According to our pattern, it's going to select three characters, C, D and E. So our pattern start with A, and it's going to create three combination with A, AC, AD and AE. Let's execute this code. You can see it written Advan, because AD match with our pattern. So we can use range operator. Regular expression is more efficient than like operator. So we use regular expression. I hope now you know how we can search complex to complex pattern using regular expression. We can execute any complex search using regular expression. I hope now you understand what is regular expression. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this video, we are going to learn two new property from SQL command, order by and distinct. You can see a dummy student table, and you can see the first column is name, which is not sorted by order, and I want to be sorted by order. As you can see, after A, student name started with S, Smith and Sophia. I want the names, those who started with A, to came first, and then I want to see those students who were started with B. Similarly, I want to order students by their name, means ascending order, something like that. If I set ascending order for name column, according to the table, after add 1, it return Emma, because E come first from S. If you notice, Smith and Sophia, both of the name start with S. But the second character of Smith, M, come first, then O. So it's going to print Smith before then Sophia. So here we have set our table in a ascending order. Set ascending order or descending order, we need to use a special keyword, name order by. As you can see on your screen, first you need to type order by keyword, and then you need to provide the column name. In our case, name. And then you need to provide which order we want to set. We have two types of orders, ascending or descending. If you want to go with ascending, then you need to type ASC. But if you want to go with descending order, then you need to type DESC. If we set this column descending, then it will start working from the opposite direction. I want to say it's going to start from Z. Let's see how we can use order by command using select command. First we need to type select command, then we need to provide columns name. And if you want to see all the columns, you can type star. And then we need to use from keyword. And we need to provide the table name. And we need to use order by keyword. And then we need to provide the columns name, which we want to order in. We can order multiple columns in one table. Just we need to use comma between columns name. And then we need to provide the order format. Ascending, otherwise descending. If you want to go with ascending, then you need to type ASC. And for descending, you need to type DESC. Ascending order is default. Ascending order is default order. If you use order by keyword, by default, it's run ascending order. So let's start the practical and see how it's works. You can see on your screen, I already opened my XAMPP control panel and I also opened MySQL Workbench application. First, I'm going to start Apache server and then I'm going to start MySQL server. Now our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to double click on my connection name. Here you can see our SQL editor and you also can see our tables. And I'm going to show you the personal table. So I'm going to double click on it. And you can see we have 4 students in our table. Advan, Anna, Susmita, Rahul. And here I want to order the column name. If you look closely, you will see that S come first, then come R. So I'm going to order this column name and print student name alphabetically. So I'm going to type select star from personal and then I'm going to use order by key. And then we need to provide column name, which is name. That's it. If I execute this code, you can see, and this time you can see R character print first. Then the S character is being printed. First of all, it's going to print all the names who was start with A. And then it's going to print those names who was start with B. It's going to print name alphabetically, means A to Z. And if you want to show this data in a descending order, yes, we can. Just going to type DESC. And if I execute this code, you can see now it's print all the name in a descending order. First it prints Susmita, then it's print Rahul, then it's print Anna, at last it print Advan. Here you can see I do not use any condition. If you want to use a condition, yes, we can. Just need to type where keyword. Where city equal to inside the quotation Delhi. If I execute this code, you can see those students who are from Delhi. And also it print their name in a descending order. First it prints Susmita, then come Anna, at last Advan. We can do ordering any of column here. So I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to order H column. So I'm going to remove this column name and I'm going to type H. For now, I don't want to descending order, so I'm going to remove DESC. If I execute this code, you can see it order our H column 18, 18, 19, 20. Not only that, we can order 2 columns at once. Name, comma, city. If I execute the code, you can see, so first it's going to order name column. Then according to name column, it's going to order city column. So we can execute multiple column ordering at once. Let's talk about our another method, listing. Here you can see a similar table, and now I want to extract all the city names from this table. If I type select city from table, then it's written this kind of table. If you notice, then you can see it prints Chicago City twice. So this command returned as it is city column. But I want to consolidate report. I don't want to repeated city name in my result. Something like that. There is no duplicacy in this result. It prints Chicago once. If we want to extract result like this, in that case we need to use distinct keyword. Here you can see select distinct column name city from table. Let's say the proper syntax. First you need to type select command, then you need to type distinct keyword, and you need to provide columns name. Then we need to use from keyword, and we need to provide table's name. So let's start the practical and see how we can use distinct keyword. So once again I back to my MySQL Workbench application, and you can see all the students' cities. Most of the students are from Delhi. Only Rahul came from Kolkata. So first I'm going to remove this code, and then I'm going to type select distinct, and then we need to provide column name city from our table personal. Let's execute this code. If I execute this code, you can see it written Delhi and Kolkata. It do not repeat our city name Delhi. And now I want to extract all the age group from the personal table. So I'm going to remove city and I'm going to type age. If I execute this code, you can see it written 3 results, 19, 18 and 20. Not only that, also we can order this age column. Just we need to type order by, and we need to provide column name age. So if I execute this code, you can see it ordered our result. First it print 18, then it print 19, then it print 20. So it sort our column in a ascending order. We use distinct keyword to remove duplicacy and get the unique result. I hope it's clear for you why we use order by and distinct keyword in MySQL command. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn is null operator and is not null operator. Here you can see a dummy student table. And by mistake, Sophia forgot to provide her age. So you can see age is blank. By default, it stores a null value. If we do not use not null constant for each column, then we can leave this column blank. So now I want to extract those students who do not provide their age. Something like that. In that case, we use is null operator. First we need to type where clause, and then we need to provide the column name, in our case age, and then we need to type our operator is null. So this query going to retrieve those students who forgot to provide his age. Let's see how we can use it with select command. First we need to type select, then we need to provide columns name from our table name, where columns name is null operator. So this command going to retrieve all the null values. And if we want to retrieve those kind of value which is not null, then similarly we can use is not null operator. Just you need to type is not null. It's going to retrieve those results who don't have a null value to the particular column. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work with our SQL command. So I already opened MySQL Workbench application. With that, I also open XAMPP control panel. So first I'm going to start Apache, and then I'm going to start MySQL. So now it's ready for connection, and I'm going to double click on my connection name. Here you can see a table named person, and if I double click on this icon, you can see we have 5 records in our table, and we have 4 columns on this table: ID, name, age and city. If you notice, here you can see there is no age value for Sushmita and Krish, and we know that if there is no value, it pretends to be null. Now I want to see those values from the table who forgot to insert their age. For this, I'm going to type select star from our table name, and our table name is person. Then I'm going to type where clause, where, and I want to check age column, and then I'm going to use our is null operator. This command going to return those students whose age is null. If I execute this code, you can see it's written two students, Sushmita and Krish. They forgot to provide their age. Similarly, we can use not null operator. If I use not null operator, it's going to return those students who provide their age value in age column. So if I execute this code, you can see it's written Advan, Amar and Rohit. And you also can see their age, 24, 23 and 22. Just remember one thing, nulls mean empty, not nulls mean not empty. We cannot use between not like operator to check null value. There is only solution to check null values, is null or is not null. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn two new topics, limit and offset. Here you can see a dummy student table. And suppose there are many records in this table. And I want to see all the records at once. For this, we need to type select star from student, means our table name. If I execute this command, it's going to return all the students at once. But the problem is, if we have 3000 students in our table, but I don't want to see all the students at once. I want to see the result in a limited number. And I want to see two students at once. Something like that. Means our first two results, Advan and Smith. To extract this kind of result, we need to use limit clause. First we need to type limit. Then you need to set the number. We need to set the exact number. How many results I want to extract from the student table. So let's talk about the syntax. How we can write limit clause in our query. First you need to type select command and then you need to provide columns name. Otherwise you can use star sign from table name. Then come where clause. If you want, you can set any condition. Otherwise you can skip this where section. It's optional. You can use it without condition. And then you need to use limit clause. And then you need to provide the number. How many results you want to see. So let's start the practical and try to explore how we can use limit clause with SQL command. So I open my MySQL Workbench application and I also open XAMPP control panel. So first we need to start Apache and then we need to start MySQL. And our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to double click on my connection name, demo. And here you can see my SQL editor. And you can see we have one table in our student database, name person. And if I show you the table, here you can see we have 5 students in our table. And this is our SQL editor. And now I don't want to extract all the result at once. And I want to see this result in a limited number. So I'm going to type select star from our table name person. And then I need to use limit clause. And I want to see 2 records at once. So I'm going to type 2. So if I execute this code, you can see it's written first 2 results, Advan and Susmita. Similarly, if I type 4 and then execute the code, it's written 4 students at once. Not only that, we can use where condition with that. So I'm going to type where city equal to Pune. And I want to see 1 result at a time. If I execute this code, you can see it's written 1 result, Rohit. And he is from Pune. And now I want to ordering our name column. So I want to change the limit. I'm going to type 4. And also I'm going to remove this where clause. And I'm going to type order by name. If I execute this code, you can see it written 4 result and also it print their name in ascending order, Advan, Amar, Krish and Rohit. So as you can see, we can use everything with our limit clause, where clause, order by, null operator, etc. As you can see from this table, we can extract our first 2 students. But if I want to see the others 2 students, then what? Now I want to see Sophia and Emma, and I want to skip our first 2 students. So to extract this kind of result, we need to use another optional keyword with limit clause, which is offset. Here you can see a black color number. This is our offset. So first we need to provide the offset, and we need to provide it before the limit number. So offset work as starting number, means where to start. Here you can see our offset is 2, means it start from Sophia, because it's going to skip 2 students, Advan and Smith. Let's see the syntax of offset, how we can use it with select command. Everything will remain the same, just we need to use offset number before the limit number. After the limit keyword, we need to provide offset number. Then using comma, we need to provide our limit number. That's it. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. So for now, I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to set limit and offset 2, 2. Our offset is 2. It means it's going to skip 2 students, number 1 and number 2. And our limit is also 2. It means it's going to return 2 students, number 3 and number 4. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's returned 2 students, Amar and Rohit. And it skipped 2 students, Advan and Sushmita. Here I set my offset 2. It means it's going to start from 3. And I also set our limit 2. So it's going to return 2 students. As you can see, our ID end with 4. So if I set offset limit 4 and then execute the code, you can see it's written only 1 student. And this is our last student, Krish. And if I set our offset 0, then execute the code, it's going to return our first 2 students, ID 1 and ID 2. So whenever we need to start, always we need to provide 0. So I hope now it's clear for you what is offset and limit in MySQL. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn aggregate functions like count, sum, minimum, max, average, etc. Here you can see an employee table, and there is 4 columns in this table: name, age, gender and salary. Suppose now we want to know how many employees we have in our company. I just want to count the total employee. For this, we need to use an aggregate function which is count. After typing count, inside the parenthesis, we need to provide column name. Which column we want to count? Suppose I provide name column in this parenthesis. Then it is going to count all the name from this table. And now I want to see who get the highest salary among the employees. For this, we can use another function which is max. It is also an aggregate function. It is going to return highest salary among the salary column. So according to table, it's going to return Advan because his salary is $1,200. Similarly, if you want to see the minimum salary from this employee table, we have another function named min. And similarly, we need to provide the column name salary inside the parenthesis. If we want to see the total salary we have to pay to our employees, we can use sum function. And inside the parenthesis, we need to pass salary column. And then it is going to return total salary from the salary table. And if we want to see the average of the salary, we can use AVG function. AVG means average. Now let's see how we can use it with select command. First we need to type select command. And then we need to use the aggregate function. Here we use count function. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the exact column name. Then we need to type from and our table name. And if you want to set condition, you can. It's optional, not mandatory. In the similar way, we can use other functions like sum, minimum, average, etc. We need to follow the same procedure. After select command, we need to type our function name. That's it. And everything remains same. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Hey, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I already start my XAMPP server. And I'm going to create the connection. Here you can see a new table named employee. If I show you the table, you can see I already insert some dummy data in this table. And also we have 4 columns in this table: name, age, gender and salary. If you notice, you can see we do not use ID column to store student unique value. And now I want to count all the students from the employee table. So I'm going to type select count. Inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column name, which is name, from employee. If I execute this code, you can see it's written 6. It's mean our total number of students is 6. Not only that, we can replace our column name with star sign. It's going to count all the students from our table. if I execute this code, it's also returned 6. We know there are usually 2 genders in the world, but if I count gender column and then execute this code, it's returned 6 because it's going to return total number of gender. But I don't want this result. I just want to see how many genders there are. So I want only unique values. For this, we can use distinct keyword. If I execute this code, you can see now it's returned 2 because our employee may be male or female. That's why it's returned 2. If you notice, you can see it's do not return a proper column name. So we can take alias name for this. So just we need to type AS means alias name. And you can take any name. And I'm going to take total. And if I execute the code, you can see now our column name is total because we have taken alias name for this column. And now I'm going to use our another function, max. Here you can see in my table, there is the new column name salary. Everyone's salary is different here, but I want to see whose salary is the highest here. For this, I'm going to use a new function named max. So I'm going to replace count with max. And I'm going to provide our column name, which is salary. And I'm going to use the same alias name, salary. If I execute this code, you can see it's returned 1200. Let's see who is the person is. He is at 1. The rest of get paid less than him. In the same way, we can see the lowest paid salary. Just we need to type min. If I execute this code, you can see it's returned 540. Let's see who is the person. He is Jacob. Now the problem is, every time we need to back to the table to see their name. I want to see student salary with their name. I just want to return name column with salary. So we can use, for this, we need to type comma and we need to type our column name, which is name. And also I like to return employee age. So I'm going to type age. If I run this query, here you can see it's written employee salary, their name and their age. So using comma, you can take any column name. Now let's see how much the company has to pay the total salary of employees. So I'm going to type sum. And as alias name, I'm going to take total. And I don't need this column, name and age. If I execute this code, here you can see the total salary is $5,190. So the company have to pay a total of $5,190. And if I want to see the average salary of the employee, we need to use app function. Just we need to replace sum with avg. And also I want to change the alias name, average. And if I execute this code, the average salary of every employee is $865. So these are our 5 different aggregate functions. And we can use it for arithmetic calculations. I hope you like this video. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about update command. Here you can see an employee table. And I want to change value from this table. As you can see, here is an employee named Smith. And he get paid $800 as salary. But he got a promotion. That is why his salary has increased. So we need to update this column, $800 to $900. We have another employee named Emily. And her age is not 22. She is just 21 years old. I mistakenly wrote his age is 22. So we need to update her age. So whenever we need to update existing data, then we need to use a special command named update. So let's see the syntax. How we can use update command. First we need to type update keyword. And then we need to provide the table name. And then you need to type set keyword. We use set keyword to set a value in a column. And then you need to provide the exact column name. And using equal to sign, you need to provide value. You can set multiple columns value at once. Just you need to use comma between them. And then you need to use where clause. And you need to set a condition. Just remember, if you run update command without where clause, otherwise this change will happen in all the table. That's why we need to use where condition. So let's start the practical and try to explore how we can use update command. Hey, here you can see I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I already start MySQL and Apache server. So I'm going to create the connection. Here you can see my SQL editor. And also you can see our tables, employee and person. Here I'm going to practice our update command. we already use a table named employee. And if I show you the table, you can see we have 6 records in this table. And now I want to update a record. Here you can see an employee named Smith. I want to update her salary 800 to 900. So I'm going to use update command. So I'm going to remove these lines and I'm going to type update. And then we need to provide the table name, and our table name is employee. Then we need to use set keyword, ACT. It means which column you want to set. So I want to update salary column. So I'm going to type salary. We don't need to use quotation because salary's data type is int. So I'm going to remove this. And simply I'm going to type 900. And now we need to use condition. Otherwise it's going to change all the records. And I want to change salary only for Smith, not for everyone. So I'm going to use condition where name equal to Smith. And I use semicolon to end this line. And if I click on the employee table, you can see columns data type, name varchar, age int, gender varchar, and salary int. So let's execute the code and see what happened. So I'm going to click on the thunder icon. Here you can see it's run successfully. If I show you my table and reload this table, you can see we update the employee salary 800 to 900. Let me show you another example. And now I'm going to show you how we can change multiple columns value at once. If I show you my table, here you can see an employee named Emily. I'm going to change her age and also I'm going to change her salary at once. So first I'm going to select the employee name, Emily. So where her name is Emily, I want to change her salary. And her salary is $1,000. And I also going to update her age. So I'm going to use comma and I'm going to type age. Here you can see our age column data type is int data type. So I'm going to type equal to 25. So here you can see I'm going to update 2 columns value at a time. So let's execute the code and see is it work or not. So I'm going to press the thunder icon. You can see our query run properly. If I show you my table and reload this table, here you can see now Emily's age is 25 and her salary is $1,000. Not only that, we can update multiple rows value at once. Just we need to use in operator for this. Let me show you. So I'm going to remove this equal to sign and I'm going to type in. Then I use parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the employee names. Which employee I want to update. So I'm going to change add 1. Using comma, we need to provide another employee name. And our employee name is Smith. If I execute this code, it's going to update salary and age both of the employees. So let's execute the code and see what happened. Here you can see it's executed successfully. So if I back to my table and reload this table, here you can see Advan is 25 years old. Also Smith is 25 years old. Advan's salary is 1,000 and Smith's salary also 1,000. Here you can see how we can update multiple columns and multiple rows in one line of code. For this, we need to use in operator. And then we can select multiple rows. At last, I'm going to show you another example. So I'm going to remove this where clause. If I do not use where clause, and I want to update only one column, only salary column, so I'm going to remove age column. If I execute this code, it's going to update all the employee salaries. Let's execute it. If I back to my employee table and refresh this table, here you can see now all the employee salaries are $1,000. So definitely where clause is very important. So you need to remember it. If you use update command, you need to use where clause. Otherwise, it's going to update all the record. I hope now it's clear for you how updates command work. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn 2 new commands, commit and rollback. Here you can see a dummy employee table. Here you can see an employee named Sophia. I want to change her salary, $750 to $800. So if we want to update a table data, we need to run update command, and we learned about it in our previous video. For this, we need to type update table name, and then you need to use set command, our column name, and we need to provide the new value. At last, we need to use where clause to identify the exact value. After running update command, I observe it run by mistake. I want to update this data for another employee, so we need to revert this table. Now we have two solutions. We can run the same update command to fix this problem. Otherwise, we can run rollback command. Suppose you by mistake run insert command and we need to resolve this problem. So we can run rollback command. Just simply you need to type rollback and semicolon to end this line. It's going to revert our execution. If we use insert update and delete command, it's going to revert this command. And I want to tell you one thing, all the SQL command will be revert before the rollback. Let me show you another example. Before this update command, I run another update command. And similarly, we update employee salary. But if I run rollback command, it's going to roll back all the update commands. But I want to roll back only for Sophia. And you can see her ID is 3. And I don't want to roll back Jacob's salary update. To solve this problem, we use another command named commit. Basically, commit saves all the previous line of code. Let me show you how it's works. First update command execute for Jacob, and then it run commit command. Means it's going to save this record permanently. Then mistakenly I update Sophia's salary, and now I want to roll back this command. So we need to execute the rollback command. That's it. Now the question is, does rollback command work on every SQL command? No, it's not. It's just only work on 3 commands. These 3 commands are insert, update and delete. And we learn about insert and update command in our previous videos. And in our upcoming video, I'm going to teach you delete command. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see on your screen, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I already start Apache and MySQL on my XAMPP control panel. And now I'm going to create the connection. And I'm going to hover on my connection name and double click on it. Here you can see a table named employee. If I show you the table, you can see there are 6 dummy data in this table. But if you work on MySQL Workbench application, then you need to go edit section. Here you can see an option named preference. You need to open this option. And then you need to go SQL execution. Here you can see an option new connection use auto commit mode. Just you need to uncheck it. If we do not uncheck it, it automatically run commit command. Then we cannot roll back our execution. That's why we need to uncheck it. And then you need to click OK. That's it. And then you need to restart your MySQL Workbench application. So once again, I'm going to create the connection. And I'm going to show you my table. And now I'm going to use a command, which is commit. So I'm going to type commit. Commit means all the changes that happened before, it's going to save our code. I use it because when I insert a new data or update a new data, I want to roll back to previous state. And here I'm going to use update command. So I'm going to type update, and I'm going to update Smith's salary 1000 to 1500. And I'm going to run the same command which I run in my previous video. Update table name employee set, and then you need to provide the column name, which is salary equal to 1500. And now we need to run where clause, where name equal to Smith, then semicolon to end the line. But now I want to tell you one thing. First you need to click on the commit command. After click this command, you need to execute this icon. It means it's going to execute only this command, not whole command. Just you need to click on the 4th button, not execution. So I'm going to click on it. It means it's going to commit our whole command. And then I'm going to click our next command, which is update. And similarly, I'm going to click on it. And similarly, I'm going to click on this icon. Let's click. Here you can see it update our data. And similarly, if I execute our first select command only, here you can see the table. And you can see Smith's salary increased by $500. But I did it by mistake. And now I want to roll back our table. So I'm going to use rollback command. So I'm going to type rollback and semicolon to end the line. So I'm going to click on the rollback command and I'm going to execute only rollback command. So I'm going to click on the fourth icon. That's it. Now our data is rollback. If I show you my table, here you can see Smith's salary has returned to its former place. So you can see we made a change inside our database, but we roll back it again. The help of rollback command. Let's show you another example. So I'm going to select the code and duplicate these lines. And now I want to update employee age, Emily age. Set age, and her age is 29. Her name is Emily. So first I'm going to run commit command. And then I'm going to update Emily age. Here you can see it update Emily age 29. And also I'm going to change Smith's salary to 1900. And also I'm going to run this command. So I'm going to execute it. Here we successfully run our two update commands. And if I show you my table, here you can see Emily's age is 29 and Smith's salary is 1900. And now I want to roll back it. So I select this command and execute this command. And if I show you my table once again, here you can see it's back to its former position. So let's understand how rollback work. So first it's going to work on this command. So it's going to revert it. Then it's work for this command. And also it's going to revert it. And rollback command is not able to revert commit command. The commands above the commit, rollback won't work on them. So let me show you the similar example once again. So I'm going to move this code above the commit command. First I'm going to update Emily age. So I'm going to execute this command. And then I'm going to run commit command. And now I want to update Smith's salary. So I execute this command. So if I show you my table, here you can see it update our data. Smith's salary is 1900 and Emily age is 29. But if I roll back this command, it's going to revert only this update, but it not work on this command. So let's roll back it. And if I show you my table once again, here you can see it roll back Smith's salary. Smith's salary back to his own state. But you can see our rollback command is not work on Emily's update. So rollback work upwards. If it get commit command, then it's not going to execute all the code above the commit. Commit means permanent save. And you need to remember one thing. Rollback works on only 3 SQL commands: insert, update and delete. I hope now it's clear for you what is commit and rollback. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about delete command. Here you can see a dummy employee table. From this table, one employee left the company and he is Smith. So I want to delete this employee from this table. So whenever we need to delete existing data from our table, we need to use delete command. Let's see the syntax, how we type delete command. First you need to type delete, then you need to type from. After that, you need to provide the table name, from which table you want to delete the data, and then you need to use where condition to specify the exact data. You can type delete command without where condition, something like that. If we use delete command without where clause, it's going to delete all the data from the table. You should careful with this command. And remember, if you want to delete specified data, then you need to use where condition. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. So finally, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I also open XAMPP control panel. First, I'm going to start Apache and then I'm going to start MySQL. Now our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name, which is demo, and double click on it. Here you can see a table name employee. If I show you my table, you can see there are 6 employees on this table. And I'm going to close these tabs. I don't need these tabs. So I want to close it. So I'm going to practice delete command in this table. So first I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to type delete. Then we need to type from. And then we need to provide the table name. And our table name is employee. And now we need to use where clause to delete exact value. So I'm going to type where, and I want to delete Smith from this table. So I'm going to type where name equal to, inside the quotation, Smith, then semicolon to end this line. If I execute this command, it's going to delete Smith records, means row number 2. But before I run this command, I'm going to use rollback. Otherwise, it's going to delete our record permanently. And we'll learn about rollback in our previous video. And also I'm going to type commit before the delete command. Commit. Now, first I'm going to execute commit command. And then I'm going to execute our delete command. Let's execute it. It's execute perfectly. If I show you my table and reload this table, here you can see there is no employee name Smith. So you can see how delete command work. And now I'm going to roll back this data. So I'm going to execute rollback. If I refresh my table, here you can see Smith back to his old place. Let me show you another example of delete command. Now I want to delete all the male employee from this table. Let's do it. For this, just we need to change the column name. Where gender equal to capital M for male. That's it. So let's execute the command. If I show you my table and reload this table, here you can see it delete all the male employee from this table. So here you can see we can delete multiple rows at once using our condition. So let's back to the table. And now I want to delete those employees whose age more than 20 years old. According to table, Sophia and Emily. So I'm going to set a condition to delete those employees. Just I'm going to type where age greater than 20. That's it. If I execute this code, let's execute this code. Now if I show you my table, here you can see it delete those employees who are more than 20 years old. So here you can see where condition is very important for delete command. And I'm going to roll back this table and I'm going to reload this table once again. And now I'm going to show you if we do not use where clause, then what's happened. So I'm going to remove this where clause and now I'm going to run this delete command. And if I refresh my table, here you can see there is no data on this table because we do not use where clause. And I need my data back, so I'm going to roll back it. Just execute the rollback command. So you can see if we do not use where command, it's a very risky for our table. I hope you understand delete command. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn two constants, primary key and foreign key. Here you can see a list of MySQL constants. And we complete our 4 constants in our previous videos. And in this video, we are going to cover primary key and foreign key. As I told you earlier, constant mean restriction. Restrictions to our tables column. Our primary key and foreign key also work as a restriction. So first, let's try to understand what is primary key. When we set a primary key in a column, we need to store always unique data. There will be no duplication in it. Now you can think, we can do the same job using unique constant. But there is a difference between unique key constant and primary key constant. We can store null value when we use unique constant. But we cannot store null value in primary key. And remember, we can set primary key only once in our table. We can use it just for one column. But we know we can use unique constant in multiple columns. We cannot use primary key like this. We can use it only for one column. Here you can see a student table. And you can see we have 4 columns in this table. ID, name, age and city. There can be many students with the same name. And the same situation goes for age and city. Here you can see Smith is from London and also Emma is from London. So we cannot use primary key constant for city column. And you can see a column name ID. Here you can set primary key because all of the 3 conditions satisfied with this column. All the data in these columns are unique. And our second condition is we cannot store null value in this column because when we add a new student in this table, we always give a new ID. So let's see how we can set primary key in a new table. Let's see the syntax. First we need to type create table command. Then you need to type the table name. And then I'm going to create a column named ID. And its data type is int. And I don't want to leave it blank, so I use not null constant. And I use another constant auto increment. It means whenever we add a new data in this table, we don't need to provide the ID every time. It automatically increments itself. First time when we set a value, it automatically take 1 as an ID. Then I'm going to take another column which is name, and its data type is varchar. And I set character limit for this column. We can use only 50 characters. And I don't want to leave this column blank, so I use not null. And then I'm going to create our third column, city. But here you can see, we use in data type for city. I'm going to explain you later why I use in data type for city. And now I'm going to use primary key. First we need to type this keyword, primary key. Then inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column which I want to set primary key. And I want to set ID as primary key. So in this way, we can set primary key when we create new table. And now I'm going to show you the process if we already have a table and I want to set primary key in a column. For this, we need to type alter table keyword. Then we need to provide the table name and we need to use add keyword. And then just type primary key, and inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column name where I want to add primary key. Using alter table keyword, we can modify our table. And I'm going to explain this keyword in our upcoming videos. Let's talk about foreign key. What is foreign key? The main reason to use it if I want to link two tables together. And the most important part is it contains only that value which is the primary key value of another table. We do this because we want to join both the tables. We want to create link between them. Let's make it more simple. Here you can see a table named city. We just use two columns for this table, CID for city ID and city name. And we have another table named student. And we have 4 columns in this table, ID, name, age and city. In my city table, I want to make CID column primary key. Similarly, in my student table, I want to make ID column primary key. As you can see a column name city, here you can see city names. But we already created a table name city. As you can see, I save all the city names here, and now I don't want to type city name. I just want to provide city ID from city table. Something like that. And we can set this column foreign key. So we use CID column value in city column. CID is our primary key. And we use this value in other foreign key table. Advan was from Delhi, so his city ID is 1. Similarly, Smith is from London, so his city ID is 2. We can link our table using foreign key and primary key. That's why we use this 2 key. If we save data like this, it creates our table more lighter, more faster. We don't need to provide repeated name every time. Just we need to pass their ID. That's it. Let's talk about foreign key syntax. We need to follow the same process. After set primary key, next I'm going to set foreign key. First we need to type foreign key and we need to type it capital letter. And then you need to provide the column name where you want to set foreign key. And I want to set city column as a foreign key. That's why I use in data type for city, because here I am going to save ID, not city name. And then we need to provide references. So I type references. It's mean which other table's primary key is referring. So I provide the table name city, and inside the parenthesis we need to provide the primary key column which is CID. Then we need to close our command and just execute it. When we create new table and we want to set primary key and foreign key, we need to follow this process. But now I'm going to show you if we have existing table and I want to set foreign key in this table. For this, similarly, we need to use alter table keyword and then we need to provide table name. After that, we need to type add keyword and just type foreign key, and we need to provide the column name. As reference, we need to provide the table name, which is city, and inside the parenthesis, we need to provide primary key column name from city table. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Hello friends, finally I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I also open XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache, and then I'm going to start MySQL. And we need to wait for green signal. Now our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name demo and double click on it. Here you can see a database named student, and there is no table on this database. I drop all the tables from this database. So first I'm going to create a table named city. So I'm going to type in my query section, create table, and our table name is city. Then inside the parenthesis, our first column name is city ID, means CID, and its data type is int, and I'm going to use not null constraint, and also I'm going to use auto increment. That's it. This is our first column. Our next column name is city name, and its data type is varchar, and I'm going to set a limit for we can only use 50 characters, and also I'm going to use not null constraint. That's it. And now I'm going to set a primary key to this table. So I'm going to type primary key inside the parenthesis, and I want to primary key CID column. So I'm going to type CID. If I execute this command and reload the schema section, here you can see the table name city. And if I show you my table, here you can see it's totally empty. And now I want to add value to this table, and I'm going to insert 4 city name in this table. So I'm going to type insert into our table name city. Then inside the parenthesis, I'm going to pass only city name column, city name, and our values are inside the parenthesis. Our first city name is Delhi, comma, our second city name is Kolkata, and our third city name is New York, and our last city name is London, and semicolon to end this line. If I execute this code, it's going to add all the data in our table. Let's execute it. It's executed successfully. If I show you my table, here you can see all the city names. If you notice, here you can see I use only one column name, which is city name. I do not use city ID to insert data, because when we create the table, we use auto increment for CID column. That's why we don't need to provide the value for CID column. It's automatically increased. And now I'm going to create our second table, personal. So I'm going to type personal, and our first column name is ID, and its data type is also int, and I use not null constraint, and I don't want to auto increment it, so I'm going to remove this one. And our second column is name, and also I'm going to use varchar data type for this, and I use not null constant for this. And our third column name is percentage, and its data type is int, and also I'm going to use not null constant, comma, our fourth column name is age, and I'm going to use int data type for this, and I don't want to leave this column empty, so I use not null. Our next column name is gender, and its data type is varchar, and I want to pass only one character, and also I don't want to leave it blank, so I use not null. And our last column name is student city, mean SCT, but here I'm going to use int data type, and you know the reason. And also I'm going to use not null constant, comma, and now I'm going to set primary key for this table, and I want to set primary key ID column, comma, and now I want to create the foreign key, so I'm going to type foreign key. Then inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column name, which I want to make foreign key, and I want to make foreign key SCT column, so I'm going to type SCT. And now we need to provide the reference, which table I want to use. With that, we need to provide which column we want to use. So I'm going to type reference, and our table name is city. And if I click on the city table, here you can see a column named CID, which is our primary key, and I'm going to use this column. So inside the parenthesis, I'm going to type CID, means city ID. That's it. If I execute this command and refresh this schema section, our new table personal. So our code executes successfully. Now I want to add data to this table. For this, I already create some dummy data. So I want to paste this dummy data here. Here you can see my data, and you already learned about it, how we can insert multiple data in our table. So I'm going to execute this command only. So I click here and I'm going to execute this icon. If I execute this icon, here you can see an error, duplicate entry 4 for key primary. Here you can see I use same ID for Neha and Lucas. So I'm going to change 4 to 5. And then I'm going to run this code. Here you can see now it's executed successfully. And if I show you my table, here you can see all the data. So you can see it create our table and store our multiple values. And here you can see a column name is city. We store multiple ID in our city column because this is our foreign key column. So this is the way we can set primary key and foreign key in a table. So now you can think we can see only ID, not the city name. If you want to show the city name when we select the city, for this we need to use join clause. And we are going to learn about it in our next video. How we can combine our table using join clause. Thanks for watching this video. See you soon. Hey guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn inner join clause. Here you can see we have 4 different joins in MySQL. Inner join, left join, right join and cross join. And in this video, we are going to cover inner join. And I will cover the remaining 3 in our upcoming videos. So let's see what is inner join. Here you can see a table, table 1. And we have another table, table 2. If I combine this table, you can see a black stroke area. This is our common data, which is available in table 1 and also table 2. So if you want to extract the common data from both of the tables, we can use inner join. So the inner join selects records that have matching values in both tables. Let's see an example. Here you can see a student table and city table. In our city table, we set our CID column primary key and the similar type of column available in student table, which is city, where I store city ID. And this is our foreign key column. And now I want to extract the common data between those tables. For this, we need to use inner join. Here I'm going to match city column with CID column. If I add another city to our city table, Agra, and you can see in the student table, no one have ID 4 in their city column. It do not exist in the city column. So when we match this table, it never ever going to return Agra anyhow. It will show only related data. So let's see the syntax how we can type inner join. First we need to type select command. Then we need to provide columns name. And if you want to see all the columns, you can use star sign. Then we type from table 1. And then we need to use inner join command. And I want to join table 2 with table 1. So I type table 2. And then we need to match between 2 tables. For this, we need to type on keyword. Table 1 dot column name. And we need to provide the foreign key column equal to table 2 dot column name, and which I set primary key in other table. If there is a common data between this table, it's going to return this data. So let's start the practical and see how we can use inner join. Hello friends, good to see you back. As you can see, I opened my MySQL Workbench application and I also opened XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache and then I'm going to start MySQL. Now our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name demo and I'm going to double click on it. Here you can see we have 2 tables in our database, city and personal. If I show you my personal table, you can see we have 6 columns in this table. And if I show you my city table, here you can see we have 2 columns in this table, CID and city name. So at first, I'm going to insert some dummy student data in our personal table. And I already create command for this. And here I'm going to paste this command. Insert into our table name is personal.
If I execute this command, here you can see it's written an error. We cannot use duplicate entry for ID. So I'm going to type 5 and then I'm going to execute the command. Now it executes properly. If I show you my table, here you can see we successfully insert our dummy data in our table. Let's back to city table. Here you can see the city IDs. We stored these city IDs in our personal table. And this is our foreign key column. As you can see, we cannot see the city names. We just see some numbers, means their ID. And we do not know from the ID that the student is from which city. For this, we need to use inner join. So, first we need to type select command and then we need to use star. Because I want to see all the column from both the tables. And then I'm going to type from, and our first table name is personal. And then I'm going to use inner join. And then I'm going to use our second table named city. After that, we need to use a keyword named on. It means where we will match both the table. And then we need to provide both the tables column name, where we want to match. So, from personal table, I'm going to use SCT column. So I'm going to type personal dot SCT. And I want to match these columns with our second table named city. City dot CID column. That's it. So I type select star from personal. This is our first table, inner join, and this is our second table. And then I use on keyword and I want to match SCT column with CID column. This is our primary key and this is our foreign key. So if I execute this code, here you can see all the column from both the tables. Here you can see CID and city name. These two columns came from city table. And also you can see SCT value and CID value is identical. And now I'm going to use alias name for this table. Otherwise, every time we need to type whole table name. Personal as P. City as C. P for personal, C for city. For now, they are temporary names. And now I'm going to replace personal with P and replace city with C. And if I execute the command once again, you can see the same result. So our command becomes smaller after using alias name. If you notice, here you can see two columns, SCT and CID. For now, they are unnecessary columns. And I don't want to show it in my table. After gender, I just want to see student city name. I don't want to see SCT or city ID. For this, I'm going to remove star sign. After select, I want to show ID column. So I'm going to type P dot, P means our alias name, ID. And then I want to show student name, P dot name. After name, I want to show their city. So I'm going to use city alias name, C dot city name. This column is from city table. So we use C dot city name. So I type all the columns which I want to show in my table. Now I'm going to execute this command. Here you can see the three columns, ID, name and city name. So here you can see how can we use inner join to see data from both the tables. And now I'm going to show you we can use where clause with this command, with this select command. So I'm going to type where, and I want to see those students who are from London, where city name equal to London. So here I use a condition. If I execute this code, you can see two results, Smith and Emma, because they are from London. Not only that, we can use order by clause. So I'm going to type order by. I want to order this column by their name. So I'm going to type P dot name. That's it. As you know, our name column is from personal table. So I use P. If I execute this command, here you can see Emma comes first and then comes Smith. Our name is printed from ascending order. At last, I want to tell you one thing. We can remove inner keyword from inner join keyword. By default, it's going to run inner join. So if I execute this code, we can see the same result. And this trick only works for inner join. So I hope now inner join concept is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn two new clauses, left join and right join. In our previous video, I told you, basically we have 4 join in MySQL. Inner join, left join, right join and cross join. And we cover inner join in our previous video. And in this video, we are going to cover left join and right join. So first, let's try to understand what is left join and why we should use this left join. Here you can see a table, table 1. And you can see another table, table 2. Just assume that table 1 is our left table and table 2 is our right table. And now I want to extract those kind of data which is common both of this table. With that, I want to see all the data from table 1. For this, we need to use left join. The left join returns all the records from the left table. Also, match record from the right table. Just remember one thing. If the data do not match between table 1 and table 2, it's not going to return all the data from table 2. It is going to return all the data from table 1. Let me show you an example. Here you can see we have two tables, student table and city table. From city table, CID column is primary key. Similarly, from our student table, city column is our foreign key. Suppose Smith forgot to provide his city name. But if I use inner join, then it's not going to return Smith because it's only return matching data. If city column value match with CID column value, then it's return the data. In case we need to see all the data from student table, no matter if student forgot to provide his city or not. In that case, we need to use left join. This is going to return all the student from student table. And if student provide their city, then it's return city name. Otherwise, it's written null in their city column. Let's talk about syntax. First, you need to type select command. And if you want to see all the columns, you can use star sign. Otherwise, you can provide the column names. Then you need to type from keyword table 1. Table 1 means our left table. After that, we need to use left join command, table 2. Table 2 is our right table. And if we want to create join between them, for this, we need to use on keyword. Table 1 dot column name. Here we need to pass the foreign key column from table 1 equal to table 2 dot column name. And here we need to pass primary key column from table 2. So let's try to explore it, how we can use left join. Here you can see on my screen, I open MySQL Workbench application and I also open XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache and then I'm going to start MySQL. And now our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name demo and double click on it. And here you can see we have two tables in our database, personal and city. If I show you my personal table, here you can see we have 6 columns in this table. ID, name, percentage, age, gender and city. And we set foreign key to our city column. Similarly, we have another table named city. And I made CID column primary key. And now I want to extract left join record from both this table. For this, we need to type select star from personal and I'm going to type left join. And our second table name is city. To match both of the tables, I'm going to use on clause. On. But before I'm going to use alias name for this table. Personal as P. City as C. On P dot our foreign key table is city. And I want to match with C dot our primary key column CID. That's it. If I execute this code, here you can see all the data from both of the tables. And now I want to remove city record from personal table. But I can't do it because I use not null constant for this column. And also I made this column foreign key. That's why we cannot remove data from this column. So we need to change it. But for this we need to use alter command. But for now I'm not going to use alter command. I'm going to use inbuilt tool in this software. For this we need to go to this table and we need to click on this setting icon. And here you can see all the column from the personal table. And also you can see the data type from this table. And here you can see all the constant name that we can use in the table. And enhance mean not null. For every column I use not null constant because I don't want to leave it blank those columns. So now I'm going to uncheck this SCT column. I'm not going to use not null constant from this column. That's it. Now we can store null value in this column. And also I made this column foreign key. And we need to remove the foreign key. So here you can see an option named foreign key. If I click on this tab, you can see I already created a foreign key in this table, city. And I want to delete this foreign key. So I right click on it and I click this option delete selected. And now we need to click on this apply option to apply these changes. So I want to click on it. Behind the scene, it's going to run alter command. And here you can see change command, SCT, and for this column, we are going to use null value. And also it's going to drop our foreign key. So I'm going to execute this command. So I click apply. And it's applied successfully. And now we can store null value in this column. To store null value, we need to use update command. But for now, I don't want to use update command. Suppose I want to remove city from Emma. So I click on this column and I'm going to click edit icon. And now I'm going to change Emma's value blank. And now I need to click on this apply option. Apply changes to record set. And I'm going to apply it. And it is going to run this command. Update student.personal set SCT blank where ID 3. And I'm going to apply this command. Finish. After applying, it sets 0 value in this column. 0 means null value. And I'm going to do same thing for Lucas. Just I'm going to remove his city value. And now I'm going to apply it once again. And once again you see it print 0. 0 means null value. So I null 2 record from this table. But if I run this left join command once again, even then it will show us all the data. Let's execute it. Here you can see it written all the data from both of the table. Here you can see it written Emma and Lucas data. But the data of these two students is not matching with any city name. So as I said you earlier, left join going to show all the records from left table, mean personal table. Either it match with city table or not. It going to return matching record, also it going to return null record from the left table. But if we use inner join for this table, so I'm going to type inner join and I execute this code. Here you can see it do not return Emma and Lucas because they do not provide city ID in their SCT column. That's why inner join do not return those students. And if we want to return all the students from the personal table, in that case we need to use left join. And once again I'm going to type left join. And if I execute this code, you can see it's written all the students from personal table. So now it's clear for you what is the difference between left join and inner join. And now I don't want to see this column. After gender, I just want to see city name. For this, we need to remove the star and we need to provide exact column name. First I want to see name column. And the name column came from personal table. So I type p.name. With that, I want to see their age. p.age. And now I want to see their city name. So I want to use c.cityname. Cityname column came from city table. That's why I use C. Because C is the alias name of city table. And if I execute this code, here you can see only those columns which we want to see: name, age, and their city name. Not only, we can use where clause with that. So I'm going to type where age greater than 20. If I execute this command, you can see only those students whose age is greater than 20 years old. And if we want to run order by command, yes, we can. We need to type order by. And I want to order by name column. So I type name. If I execute this code, you can see all the names are printed in ascending order. It starts from A, then E, L, N, S. So this is our left join. We mainly use to extract all the data from our left table, and also it's going to return the matching data from both of the tables. Let's talk about our another clause, right join. To understand right join, we have two tables, table 1 and table 2. Table 1 is our left table and table 2 is our right table. And now I want to see all the common data between these two tables. With that, I want to see all the data from table 2, no matter if it matches with table 1 or not. For this, we need to use right join. The right join returns all the records from the right and match records from the left table. Let me show you an example. Here you can see our previous tables, student table and city table. And you can see there is no student who came from Agra, means ID 4. No matter how, I just want to see all the city name from city table. And according to city name, I want to see all the student from student table. If there is no student who doesn't match with any city, then it's going to provide null value in their name column. For this, we need to use right join. And if I show you the syntax, everything is remain same. Just we need to type right join. That's it. So let's explore it practically how it's work. Once again, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. Now just we need to type right join. That's it. If I execute this command, here you can see all the records from city table. As you know, our right table is city. Basically, right join going to return all the data from right table. So it's return all the city name from city table. As you can see, we have no student from personal table who came from New York City. That's why you can see null value in their name column. It's going to play the opposite role of left join. It's going to return all the matching data with that, and also it can return all the null values. It's going to return all the city name from city table, no matter if we use it or not. So I hope now it's clear for you what is right join and left join, and what is the basic difference between right join and left join. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next tutorial. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn cross join. Here you can see the list of joins: inner join, left join, right join, and cross join. And we learned inner join, left join, and right join in our previous videos. In this video, I am going to cover cross join. Let's try to understand what is cross join meaning. Here you can see two tables, student table and city table. If we want to join these two tables without primary key and foreign key, then we can use cross join. Here you can see our first student name is add1. So cross join going to join all the cities with add1. It's going to return 4 different rows. Next, it's going to join Smith with every city name. And it's going to follow the similar step for Sophia and also Emma. It's going to make a combination. Here you can see we have total 4 students in our student table. And also you can see we have 4 city names in our city table. And if we join this table using cross join, it's going to return 16 different results. Means 16 different combination. And it's going to return result something like that. Here you can see for add1, it creates 4 combination. First one is Delhi, then London, New York, and Agra. Similarly, it's work with Smith. And this is the use case of cross join. It's not a very important join that we can use in our project. Basically, we use inner join, left join, and right join. So let's see the syntax. First, you need to type select command, and then you need to provide columns. Otherwise, you can use star sign, then from table 1, and then we need to type cross join, and we need to provide our another table, table 2. And if we execute this command, it's going to return combined result of two tables. So let's see how we can use it practically. Here you can see I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And also you can see I already create two tables, city and personal. Here you can see we have 4 records in our city table. And if I show you my personal table, you can see we have 5 records. And now I want to extract cross join from both of the tables. For this I'm going to use cross join. So I'm going to type select star from our table name. And our table name is personal. And I'm going to use cross join. And then we need to provide our second table, city. If I execute this command, here you can see we get a lot of combination from both of the tables. The total result is 20 because we have 4 city in our city table and we have 5 students in our personal table. That's why it creates 20 combination. We can get the same result without using cross join. For this, I'm going to copy this command and move to another tab, and I'm going to replace this command. Now I want to see the same result without using cross join. First, I'm going to remove this cross join keyword and I use just a comma. That's it. If I execute this command, here you can see the same result. It's written 20 combination. I hope now you can understand what is cross join. It's basically create two tables combination. It's not a very important join. Its use is very rare. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can join multiple tables together. Here you can see a table, table 1. With that, we have another table, table 2. And now I want to extract common data between this table. And we can use inner join to extract this data. And we learned about inner join in our previous videos. But there I join only 2 tables. Suppose we have another table, table 3. And now I want to extract this kind of data, which is most common in table 3, table 1 and table 2. For this, we can use inner join between table 3 and table 1. As you can see, here I join 3 tables together. Following the similar procedure, we can join 4 table, 5 table as much we want. There is no limit for this join. So let's see the real example why we need this kind of join. Here you can see 3 tables. Student table, programming language table and city table. And as you can see, we have 5 columns in our student table. And you can see we save some numeric values in city column and PL column. PLs mean programming language. These numeric values are primary key. Primary key from language table and city table. PID is our primary key column. Similarly, CID is our primary key column from city table. We set this primary key because they are unique IDs. But the problem is, when we extract all the data from student table, it's going to return city ID and programming language ID, not the name. So we cannot find out from which city the student has came. Similarly, we cannot find out the programming language name. So for this, we need to use multiple joins. So we need to join PL column with PID column. And similarly, we need to join city column with CID column. So let's see the syntax how we can join multiple tables. First, we need to use select command. Then you can select columns. Otherwise, you can use star sign. From table 1, inner join table 2. And then we need to use on keyword to join the table's columns. Table 1 dot foreign key column equal to, from table 2, we need to provide primary key column. And you already learned this syntax from our inner join tutorial. And now I want to join our third table with table 1. So once again we need to use inner join command. Inner join table 3. Similarly, we need to use on keyword table 1 dot foreign key column name equal to table 3 dot primary key column name. Just one thing you need to remember, table 2 dot column name and table 3 dot column name must be unique. They should be primary key. It should contain unique values. Otherwise, it's going to return wrong result. Following the similar procedure, we can add more tables. Also, you can use left join or right join to join multiple tables. Just you need to replace inner join with left join and everything remains same. So let's see it practically how it's work. Here you can see finally I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application and I also open XAMPP control panel. First I'm going to start Apache and then I'm going to start MySQL. Now our server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name demo and double click on it. Here you can see we have 3 tables in our database: city, language and personal. You can see in our personal table I added 2 columns, city and language. These are our foreign keys. And I saved some IDs in this column. And these IDs came from city table and language table. Here you can see we have 4 different programming languages and their IDs. And ID is our primary key column. Similarly, in our city table, CID is our primary key column. And also you can see the city names. And now I want to join all the 3 table records. I want to see all the student record using inner join. So let's type the command. Select start from personal, in our first table. And then I'm going to use inner join. And I want to join with city table. And I'm going to take alias name for our table. For personal table, I'm going to use P. And for city, I'm going to use C. And then I'm going to use on command. On. And as you know, using on command, we can join our tables. So, personal dot city column. And I'm going to join this column with C dot CID column. And if I execute this command, here you can see it's join our 2 tables, personal and city. Because here you can see CID column and city name column. And now I want to add our 3rd table. For this, I'm going to use inner join command. Inner join, and our 3rd table name is language. And also I'm going to take alias name for language, L. For join these 2 tables, I'm going to use on keyword. On P, mean personal table, dot, I want to join with language table, language, equal to, and I want to join this column with this ID, LID, means language ID. So I back to my personal table and I'm going to use alias name L dot LID. So we can join our 3 tables successfully. This is our first join with city table and this is our second join with language table. So let's execute the command and see what happened. Here you can see we successfully join our 3 tables. Here you can see these 2 columns from city table and these 2 columns from language table. As you can see, now these columns are unnecessary. I don't want to see these columns. You know, to resolve this problem, we need to remove star. And also we need to provide the exact column's name. So, from personal table, I want to see ID and name, student ID and student name. So I'm going to type select P dot, P means alias name of personal table, ID, comma, P dot, name. After that, I want to see city name from city table, comma, C dot, city name. And then I want to see programming language name from language table, L dot, LNAME table. That's it. If I execute this command, here you can see the exact column name which we want to see, their ID, their name, and their city name, and their languages. Now it's good for table readability. Otherwise, it's look very clumsy. Not only that, we can use where condition with that. And now I want to see those students who select JavaScript language. So I'm going to type where L dot LNAME equal to, inside the quotation, JavaScript and semicolon to end this line. If I execute this command, now you can see only 2 students, Smith and Lucas, because they select JavaScript language. I hope now it's clear for you how can we join multiple tables. Following this similar way, you can add multiple tables together, no matter how many tables we have. And if you don't want to use inner join, you can use right join, otherwise left join. That's totally on you. So thanks for watching this video. See you in the next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn group by and having clause. Here you can see on your screen, we have total 2 tables, student table and city table. In our student table, we have 5 columns, ID, name, age and city. And we have another table, city. And here we store city names. And we save city ID in our student table. And now I want to find out how many students came from which city. Something like that. According to the personal table, from Delhi, we have 1 student. From London, we have 2 students. And from New York, we have 1 student. Here you can see London ID is 2. And this ID exists 2 times in student table city column. That's why it returned total student 2. And here you can see ID 4, Agra. And it doesn't exist in student table. That's why in our result, it don't provide the city name. So when we need to extract this kind of record using select command, we need to use group by clause. It's going to group cities. The group by statement groups row that have the same values into summary row, like find number of students in each city. And group by statement is often used with aggregate functions, count, max, mini, sum, average, etc. When we use group by clause, then also we need to use aggregate function. And we learned about aggregate function in our previous videos. So aggregate function is compulsory with group by. And I told you one thing, when we use group by, joins are not mandatory. You can use it only one table. Let's see the syntax. First you need to type select command, then you need to provide columns name. Otherwise you can use star sign. Then you need to type from table name. And then you need to provide the where clause. And it's not mandatory to use where clause. And you can use group by without where clause. And last you need to provide group by. And then you need to provide the column name where you want to group. And if we want to use group by with joins, we can. Let's see the syntax. Select columns name from table 1, and if you want to use inner join, you can. Inner join table 2. Then on keyword on table 1 dot column name means foreign key equal to table 2 dot column name means primary key. And if you want to use condition, it's up to you. Just you need to type group by and you need to provide the column name. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. So finally I am back to my MySQL Workbench application and I already created a table named personal. As you can see, we have total 5 records in this table. Here you can see 2 columns, SCT and language. Here you can see the IDs that we are fetching from other table. And now I want to count students by their city. I just want to extract how many students came from each city. And if I show you my city table, here you can see we have total 4 cities. Delhi, Kolkata, New York and London. So I'm going to type select city, comma, now I'm going to use aggregate function, count. Inside the parenthesis, we need to pass the column name from personal table, where we save city's ID. The column name is SCT. And then I'm going to type from. And our table name is personal. I just want to extract how many students came from each city. So I'm going to type group by. And then we need to provide the column name, which is city. And if I execute this code, it's going to return 2 columns, city and count. So let's execute the code. Hey, there is a silly mistake in our code. Our column name is SCT, not city. And if I execute this code, now you can see the result. From ID 1 means city 1, we have 1 student. From ID 2 means city 2, we have 1 student. From ID 3, we have 1 student. But from ID 4, we have 2 students. And if I show you my city table, here you can see our ID 4 is London. And if I show you my personal table, as you can see, Smith and Emma came from London, means ID 4. That's why it's written ID 4 count 2. Now the problem is we cannot see the city names. So we need to use joins to see the city names. So I'm going to join this city table with personal table. So first, I'm going to take a alias name for this personal table, P, and then I'm going to use inner join. And now we need to provide our second table name, which is city, and I'm going to take alias name for city, which is C. And next we need to use on keyword. It's mean where to join our table. And I want to join personal.sct column with city.cid column. This is our foreign key column and this is our primary key column. And now we need to provide the exact column name which I want to see. If I show you my city table, you can see column name is city name. So here we need to provide city name, c.city name. And also we need to change little bit in our count section. Just we need to provide p.sct. I just assigned this sct column from personal table. So it's time to execute the code. If I execute this code, here you can see, now we can understand this result properly. From Delhi, 1 student. From Kolkata, 1 student. From New York, 1 student. From London, 2 student. As you can see, it's not a proper column name. So I'm going to take a nice name for this column as total. And if I execute this code once again, now you can see our column name is total. So now we can understand how many students came from each city. And now I'm going to show you how can we use where clause with group by. And we need to use where clause before the group by. So I'm going to type where p.gender equal to male. So I use a condition and I want to see all the students who are male. It's going to return total student from each city. But there is a condition. Student should be male. It's not going to count female student. And if I execute this code, here you can see from Kolkata, 1 male student. From New York, 1 male student. And from London, 1 male student. As you know, we have 2 students for New York. But according to the where condition, it's written 1 student. Means 1 male student. So I hope now it's clear for you how can we use where clause with group by. Just you need to remember, we need to use where clause before the group by. And if you want to ordering this table, yes, you can. After group by, just you need to type order by, and I want to order by their city name. So I copy this line. And if I execute this code, here you can see, it's print our city name ascending order. So we can use order by with group by. Just you need to remember, after group by, you need to pass order by. So this is our group by clause. Let's talk about our having clause. We already learned how to extract total number of students using group by clause. And if we want to set a condition in this result and try to extract a new different result, I want to extract those city names where we have more than 1 student. In that case, we need to use having clause. We cannot use where condition in this result. Most of the time, we use having clause with group by. We cannot use this having clause anywhere else. So let's see the syntax. First, we need to type select command and then we need to provide columns name. From table name, group by columns name. After group by, then we need to provide the having condition. Just you need to remember one thing. If you use where condition, then you need to use it before the group by. And if you use having condition, then we need to use after the group by. And this having condition based on this group result, not the table columns. So let's see it practically how it's work. So first I want to remove the condition. I don't need this where condition for this example. And then I'm going to run this code. Now you can see from London we have 2 students. And now I want to see those city names where we have more than 1 student. For this I'm going to use having clause. Having. And now I'm going to count the city. So I'm going to copy this count section and paste it here. Greater than 1. So this is our condition. If there is more than 1 student in a city, it's going to return this city name. And if I execute this code, here you can see it's written only 1 city name, London. So this is the only city that we have more than 1 student. So I set this condition using having clause, not where clause. If we want to set condition to group by result, then we need to use having clause. We cannot set where clause in the group by result. And last thing I want to say, we can use any aggregate function like sum, average, etc. So I hope now it's clear for you what is group by and having clause. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial we are going to learn about subqueries and also known as nested query. With that, we are going to learn exist and not exist clause. Here you can see on your screen, we have two tables, student table and city table. In student table, we have 4 columns, ID, name, age and city. And in our city table, we have only 2 columns, CID and city. And now I want to see those students' name who are from New York City. As you can see, New York City ID is 3. And according to the student table, we have 2 students who are from New York. I just want to see student name who are from New York, not their ID, not their age. Something like this. It's mean join is not necessary for this command. But the question is, if I don't use join, then how can I search city names by their ID? In actual life, we are going to search with their names, not their ID. In that case, we use subqueries. Actually, we set query in our student table. First, we need to define the column's name from student table. In our case, I want to see only student names. With that, we need to use where clause. And inside the where clause, we need to provide another query for another table. And we called it nested query. Let me show you the syntax, then it's clear for you. First, we need to type select, then we need to provide the column's name. Then from table 1. Table 1 means student table. And then we need to use where clause. And then we need to use the column's name which is exist in our student table. In our case, city. Equal to, inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the another query. And this query going to search result from table 2. And inside the condition section, we need to provide the condition. Means, which result I want to search. And I want to tell you one thing. This query not only run with select command. It's also work with insert, update and delete command. So it's work with every main command. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this subquery. So finally I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I already start my XAMPP server. Here you can see a database named student. And inside this database, we have total 3 tables, city, language and personal. Here you can see I open my city table and we have total 4 records. Means we have total 4 city names, Delhi, Kolkata, New York and London. And if I show you my personal table, here you can see we have total 5 records. And here you can see a column name is city, where I save city's ID from city table. And now I want to print those students' name who are from London, but without using joining. For this, we need to use select command with subqueries. So first I'm going to type select name from our table name personal. And now I'm going to use where clause. Where, and I want to search in SCT column. So I'm going to type SCT. SCT, and I want to search city by their city names. But if you notice, here you can see, we don't store city name in SCT column. We just store their IDs from city table. So for this, we need to use subquery equal to inside the parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, I'm going to type select CID column from city table. CID from our table name city. And we need to use another where condition to select the city. So I'm going to type where our city name column. So I'm going to type city name equal to, and I want to search those students who are from London. So I'm going to type London. That's it. So first, this query going to provide the London city ID from city table. Basically, this query going to return ID 4 because London's ID is 4. Let me prove you that. If I copy this code and paste it here and semicolon to end this line, and if I execute only this code, not the whole code, so I'm going to click on this thunder icon. Here you can see it's written ID 4, means London city. And now I want to search this ID 4 in our SCT column from our personal table. For now, I don't need this line, so I'm going to delete it. So if I execute this command, here you can see it's written 2 students, Smith and Emma. And if I show you my personal table, here you can see Smith and Emma both are from London. So you can see here, without using joining, we can search result using course name, not their ID. So first I execute this command to get the London city ID, and after get the ID, it's going to run this command. And if we want to search students from multiple city, in that case, we cannot use this equal to sign. In that case, we need to use in operator. So I'm going to use in. Then inside the parenthesis, I'm going to move this code. So with London, I want to search student name from Delhi. So I use comma and inside the double quotation, Delhi. If we execute this command, it's going to return 2 ID. And we cannot search 2 value using equal to operator. In that case, we need to use in operator. And if I execute this command, here you can see it's written total of 3 students, Smith, Emma and Neha. And if I show you my personal table, here you can see Smith and Emma is from London and Neha is from Delhi. It's possible because just we use nested query here. Otherwise, we need to use joins to do this work. So let's talk about our 2 new clauses, exist and not exist. Here you can see the command of exist clause. For this, similarly, we need to create the subquery inside the parent query. After where condition, we don't need to provide any columns name. We just need to type exist. And similarly, we need to use another command. Now the question is how it's work. If any single record exists in child command, then parent command going to execute. Means if our child command returns any record, then parent command show the result. Otherwise, it show nothing. Let's talk about not exist clause. It is totally opposite of exist clause. If child command do not provide any single record, then it is going to execute the parent command. And if there is a record in child command, then it's not going to run the parent command and show nothing as a result. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Once again, I'm back to the MySQL Workbench application. And first, I'm going to show you the exist clause. And for now, I want to search only one city. So I'm going to delete Delhi from this query. And I'm going to type exist command. And now I'm going to use exist clause. So after where condition, we don't need any columns name. We directly type just exist. Now the question is, what is the meaning of this query? First, it's going to run this command. And this command going to return ID 4. Because London city ID is 4. If London city ID exists in city table, and then it's going to execute this command. Otherwise, it's not going to execute this command. And this command going to return all the student name from the personal table. Let me show you that. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written all the student from personal table. And if I search city, which is not exist in our city table, in that case, it's going to return nothing. Let me show you that. So I'm going to type Paris. And if I show you my city table, here you can see we don't have Paris in our city name column. And if I execute this command, here you can see it's written nothing. Because this subquery do not provide any ID as a result. And this query execute if only the ID exists as a result. But if I use not exist, in that case, it's going to return all the student names. It's play the opposite role of exist command. If I run this command, here you can see all the student names from personal table. According to the query, if city name doesn't exist in city table, in that case, it's going to run this command. That's why it's written all the student names. If not exist, it's going to run the parent command. That's it. So I hope now it's clear for you what is exist and not exist. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn 2 new operators, union and union all. Here you can see we have 2 tables, student table and teachers table. Suppose we are working with school database, and inside the database we have 2 tables, student and teacher. In student table, we have 3 columns, ID, name and age. Similarly, in teachers table, we have 3 columns, ID, name and age. I want to extract a result using select command, which is return combined result from both the tables. Something like this. Here you can see our first 3 results came from student table and our last 3 results came from teachers table. And this kind of result is possible by using union all command. Basically, union all going to join 2 different table commands and return a combined result. Let me show you one thing. Suppose we have a student named Sophia and also we have a teacher named Sophia. Then it's going to ignore the duplicate name. If we use only union, then it don't return the duplicate record. But if we use union all, then it's going to return the duplicate record. Let's see their syntax. First, we need to type select command. Then we need to provide the column's name, which we want to extract from our tables. Then we need to type from, and we need to provide the table name. In our case, table 1. And then we need to use the operator, union, otherwise union all. Then once again, we need to type the command for our second table. Select column's name from table 2. So union all going to return a combined result from both the table. But when we need to use union or union all, then we need to maintain some rules. Our first rule is each statement within union must have the same number of columns. Here you can see we have 2 columns for our first table. Similarly, we need to use same number of columns for our second table. And our second rule, the column must also have similar data types. Suppose our first column is ID, so its data type is int. And our second column is name, so its data type is varchar. So we need to follow the same data type for both the table columns. And our third rule is the column in each select statement must also be the same order. If we select ID column in our first table, similarly we need to select the ID column for our second table. We cannot use the ID column after name column. It means we need to follow the same order. So let's start the practical and see how we can use union and union all. So finally, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. Here you can see we have 2 new tables, student and teacher. If I show you my student table, here you can see we have total 3 students in our table, Advanced, Smith and Sophia. And if I show you my teachers table, here you can see we have also 3 teachers, William, James and Lucas. And there are many similarities between 2 tables. If I show you my student table, here you can see we have 4 columns, ID, name, age and city. And we use same column for teachers table, ID, name, age and city. And their data type is same. And now I want to extract result from both the tables using union. So I'm going to type select star from student, then I use union keyword. Union select star from teacher table. And you need to remember one thing, if their column's name is different and their data type is different, otherwise, if their order by is different, then we cannot use star. If the number of column is same and their data type is same, then we can use this star. So if I execute this code, here you can see all the data from both the tables. The first 3 results came from student table and the last 3 results came from teachers table. And now I want to see name column from both the table. So I remove star and type name. If I execute this code, here we can see all the student and teacher's name together. Now I want to add another student in our student table. And I want to use a name that is already exist in teacher's table. So I back to my student table and here I am going to paste the code which can add a new student in our student table. And our student name is Lucas. If I execute this code and show you my student table, here you can see a new student named Lucas. And now you expect to see 7 records in name column. Lucas from student table and Lucas from teachers table. So let's execute the code and see what happened. Here you can see it don't show the duplicate record. It shows only one record, Lucas from student table. Our union command do not show duplicate entry. And if you want to see the duplicate entry, you need to use union all. Let me show you. If I run this command, now you can see duplicate records. Lucas from student table, Lucas from teachers table. With name, I want to show their age. So I want to select age, comma, age. If I execute this code, here you can see student name and teacher's name with their age. And now I am going to show you how can we use where clause with union and union all. Now I want to see those students who are greater than 21 years old. So I'm going to type where age greater than 21. And similarly, I'm going to use this where clause with teachers table where age greater than 32. That's it. And if I execute this command, now you can see those students and teachers who match with our conditions. And now I want to search result according to their city name. If I show you my city table, here you can see we have 4 cities, Delhi, Kolkata, New York and London. And now I want to search those students and teachers who are from Kolkata. For this, we can search with their IDs, otherwise we can use subqueries. And I want to search result with subquery. Let me show you that. Where age equal to, so inside the parenthesis I'm going to type select command. Select CID from city table. CID is our primary key column from our city table. Here you can see the column. Then we need to use where condition to select the city. So I want to type where city name equal to Kolkata. That's it. So this select command going to return the ID of city Kolkata. So according to our city table, it's going to return ID 2. Hey, I did some silly mistake. I forgot to change the column name, which is SCT. Where SCT? We are searching student from their city, not their age. And I want to set the similar condition for our teachers table. So I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to paste it here. So this command going to return those students and teachers who are from Kolkata city. Yes, we can search student from their city's ID. After all, this subquery going to provide the same ID. That's why we use the subquery. So if I execute this code, here you can see only one student and one teacher who are from Kolkata city, Advan and William. And if you want to city name after age, we can't do it using subqueries. For this, we need to use inner joins. So let me show you how can we use inner join with this command. First, I'm going to take alias name for our student table. S. Inner join. And I want to join with city table. So I'm going to type city. And I'm going to take alias name for city table, which is C. And now we need to use on keyword to join these columns. So I'm going to type on student dot SCT column. It's mean from student table I'm going to use SCT column equal to from city table I'm going to use CID column. This is our foreign key from student table and this is our primary key from city table. And we also need to change the condition here where C dot city name equal to Kolkata. With name and age column, I want to see student city names. For this, I'm going to use C dot city name because our city name column is from city table. That's why I use C. And name and age came from student table. So we need to use S dot name and S dot age. So this code going to show this result from student table. And we need to write similar code for teachers table. So I'm going to copy the code and paste it here. And now I want to run this where condition for our teachers table. So I'm going to change the table name, teachers. And I take T as alias name. And I use TC for city table alias name. As you know, name and age came from teachers table. So I want to replace S with T, T.name and T.age. And our city name column came from city table. So I'm going to use the alias name, TC. That's it. And now I want to join SCT column from teachers table. So I type T.sct and CID column from city table. So I use the alias name TC, where city name from city table is Kolkata. That's it. And semicolon to end this line. So this command going to return result from student table. And this command going to return result from teachers table. So let's execute the command and see what happened. Here you can see it's returned two results. Our first result came from student table at 1. And our second result came from teachers table. And also we can print their city names. And now I want to search student from Delhi and teachers from Kolkata. So I want to change student where condition query, Delhi. If I execute this code, here you can see we have two students who are from Delhi, Sophia and Lucas. And we have one teacher, William, who is from Kolkata. So I hope now it's clear for you what is union and union all. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn two new clauses related MySQL. If and case clause. Here you can see a table named student. And we have three columns in this table, ID, name and percentage. So according to the percentage, I want to extract those kind of result that told me which student is passed and which student is failed. Something like that. Here you can see Advan is not passed the exam. That's why in result column, it print failed. And those students who pass the exam, it print pass in their result column. So here you can see a custom column named result. We create the custom column based on the condition. And this is our condition. If student percentage greater than equal to 33%, then print pass in result column. Otherwise, return fail. If I want to create a conditional based custom column, for this we need to use if clause. So let's see the syntax, how we can use if clause in SQL query. First we need to type select command. Then you need to select the columns which you want to see. And for your custom column, you need to type if condition. First you need to type if clause, then inside the parenthesis, you need to provide three parameters. In your first parameter, you need to provide the condition. And according to your condition, it's going to return two results, either true, either false. And if your condition is true, you can pass your message, whatever you need to show in the result column. If written false, similarly, you can show the false message. And then you need to assign a name for this column. So you need to type as means alias name. And you can type your own alias name for that. In our case, result, which is a temporary name. And then you need to provide the table name from table. And you can use where clause with that. So let's see the practical and try to understand how we can use if condition. Here you can see I open my XAMPP control panel and I also open MySQL Workbench application. First you need to start Apache and then you need to start MySQL. And now your server is ready for connection. So I'm going to hover on my connection name and double click on it. Here you can see a database named student. And we have total two tables in this database, city and student. If I show you my student table, here you can see we have total 5 students in our table. Advan, Smith, Sophia, Neha and Mia. Here you can see a column named percentage. So using this percentage column, I want to create a custom column and try to see which student is passed and which student is failed. For this, after select command, we need to provide the column's name. I want to see ID, name and percentage. ID, name and percentage. And I don't want to see student age. That's why I don't call this column. And now I want to create the custom column where I want to see the results. So I'm going to use a comma and then I'm going to use if condition. If, then inside the parenthesis, and then we need to use this column's name where we want to set a condition. And our column name is percentage. If percentage greater than equal to 33, so this condition going to return two results, true or false, mean pass or fail. If pass, then it is going to return pass in the result column. And if condition is fail, then it is going to return fail in results column. Then after round basis, we need to take a name for this column. So I'm going to use alias name as, and our column name is results. After that, I'm going to use from clause. From, we need to provide the column name, which is student, and semicolon to end the line. So first I type the three columns name, ID, name and percentage. And then I create a custom column, name results. And I set a condition in this column. If student percentage greater than 33 or equal to 33, then it is going to return pass. Otherwise, it is going to return fail. So let's execute this code and see what happened. Here you can see, without Smith, everyone passed their exam. He just get 29% in his exam. Because 29 is less than 33, that's why it's written fail. So this is our if statement. Using this, we can set any condition in a particular column, and based on the result, we can create another custom column. So let's see our another clause, which is case. Here you can see the same table on your screen, where I save student ID and their name and their percentage. So according to the percentage column, I want to create another custom column which gonna tell me the grade of their result. Basically, I want to see their grade score. Something like that. Here you can see, according to different percentage, it's written different result in grade column. Advan is fail, Smith grade is B, Sophia's grade is B+, and Neha's grade is A. So here we need to use multiple condition. Something like that. If student percentage between 80 and 100, then it's going to return A in his grade, in the grade column. Then between 60 and less than 80, it's going to return B+. Next, between 33 and less than 60 is going to return B, and less than 33 is going to return fail. So here you can see we use 4 different conditions. So whenever you need to use multiple conditions, and with these conditions you want to create a custom column, for this we need to use case clause. So let's see the syntax, how we can type case clause with select command. First you need to type select, and then you need to provide column's name which you want to see, and then create a custom column. You need to use case command. First you need to type case, and for all your multiple condition you need to use when keyword. When your condition is true, then it's written the result, in our case A. Similarly, we need to create all the conditions, and at last we need to use else. If all the conditions are fail, then it automatically execute the else condition, and here you can put your own custom result, and also you need to provide the name for that. Here you can use multiple condition as much you want, and to end this case statement you need to use end command, and also you need to provide a column alias name, in our case grade, and then you need to provide the table name from table name and semicolon to end this line. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use case command with select command. So once again I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. So here I am going to use case clause. So I am going to remove this line and I am going to type case. But before I start my condition, I want to show you something. Here you can see a student named Mia, and his percentage is 110. So I know it's not correct, and I'm going to handle this situation later. So after case, I also want to end this case statement. So I want to type end as, and I want to take a temporary column name for this case condition, and our column name is grade. So between case and end, I'm going to set my conditions according to student percentage. For this, we need to use when statement, when. And then we need to provide the column name where we want to set the condition, which is percentage. When student percentage greater or equal to 80 and percentage less than equal to 100, if both the condition is true, then it's going to print A. So if student percentage between 80 and 100, it means he achieved A grade. And for our next condition, I'm going to copy this line. Similarly, when our percentage greater than equal to 60 and our percentage less than 80, in that case is going to print B+. And now I'm going to create our third condition. When our percentage greater than equal to 40 and percentage less than 60, in that case is going to print B. Similarly, in our next condition, if percentage greater than equal to 33 and less than 40, then is going to print C. And in our last condition, when percentage less than 33, then is going to return fail. Basically, we create total 5 conditions. and you can create as much you want. At last, we need to create a very important condition, which is else. Else, I want to print wrong input. Suppose someone type wrong input like 110 or any string input. In that case, it's going to print wrong input. So our case clause is complete. If I execute this code, here you can see the results. Here you can see Advan achieve B grade, Smith achieve fail. Basically, Smith do not achieve anything. Sophia did great, she achieved A grade, and Neha achieved B plus grade. And for Mia, our data entry operator enter wrong input. So in that way, we can use multiple conditions, and also we can create a custom column to show this result. Not only that, also we can use this case clause with update command. Let me show you. Suppose we need to update multiple records at once. Suppose I want to change Smith result, and I also want to correct Mia's result. For this, I'm going to use update command with case clause. So first of all, I'm going to remove all the statements from my editor. So first, I'm going to type update, and I want to update student table. Then set command. After that, I'm going to set my condition, and I want to update in my percentage column. So I'm going to type percentage equal to, inside the parenthesis, I'm going to use case clause to set the multiple columns. And we need to update the percentage according to their ID. So first, I'm going to type case. Then, I'm going to use when statement. When, but before we need to provide the column name. And I want to choose ID. So after when ID is 2, then percentage is 48. Similarly, when ID 5, then 43%. So this condition is for Smith, because Smith ID is 2, and I want to update his percentage 29 to 48. And this condition is for Mia. Her ID is 5, and her updated percentage is 43. And as you know, if we use case, we need to type end. And then I'm going to use where clause, because we need to use where clause with every update command. Otherwise, it's going to change all the columns. So I'm going to type where ID, and we need to check in multiple columns. So I'm going to use in operator. Inside the parenthesis, ID 2 and ID 5, and semicolon to end this line. So first, it's going to check ID 2 and ID 5 exist or not. And then it's going to set the condition according to their ID. For ID 2, it's going to set 48, and for ID 5, it's going to set 43. And it's going to update this value in percentage column. So let's execute the code and see what happened. I execute this code successfully. If I show you my student table, here you can see the result. It updates our columns. Now Smith's percentage is 48 and Mia's percentage is 43. It's possible at once because we use case clause with update command. This is very important use case of case clause. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to cover arithmetic functions. Here you can see a list. These are all arithmetic functions. But in this tutorial, I'm going to cover these green functions. And I'm not going to cover this red function in this tutorial, because these are core mathematic functions like sin theta, cos theta, tan theta, etc. So let's try to understand the green functions. Our first function is AVS. AVS means absolute value. Here you can see a negative value and absolute value. If we pass one of this value in our AVS function, then it's always going to return positive value. If you send negative value or a positive value, it's always going to return the positive result. It's going to remove the minus sign. And our next function is floor. Here you can see we have total two types of value. First one is 7.3 and second one is 7.8. Now the question is, what is the meaning of floor? Floor means land, means below. So if you pass 7.3, otherwise if you pass 7.8, it's always going to return 7. Similarly, we have another function named cell. Cell means root. Root means what? Above or high. If I pass the similar value to the function, then it always return 8. Our next function is round. It's always return a rounded value. Let me show you. Suppose we have two values 7.3 and 7.8. If your value is below than 0.5, then it is going to return 7. And if your value is above the 0.5, then it is going to return 8. Basically, I want to say if below than 0.5, then it is going to return floor value. And if above the 0.5, then it is going to return cell value. 7.3 is below than 7.5. That's why it's written 7. And 7.8 is above the 7.5. That's why it's written 8. And our next function is square root. If I want to extract square root of 9, the answer would be 3. So in MySQL, we have function named square root. Inside the parenthesis, we need to pass the number, means 9, and then it's going to return 3. And our next function is power function. Here we need to provide two values, base value and exponential value. As you can see in my example, 2 is our base value and 3 is our exponential value. So 2 multiplied by 2 equal to 4. 4 multiplied by 2 equal to 8. And you know the process how it's work. And our next function is sign. If I pass any number to this function, maybe it's 0, maybe it's 1 or any positive number. If the number is greater than 0, in that case it is going to return 1. And if the number value equal to 0, then it is going to return 0. And if I send any negative value which is below than 0, in that case it's going to return -1. And our last function is rand. Rands mean random value. It's always return a random floating point value. Suppose I want a number between 1 and 10, and if I use this function, it can return any number between 1 and 10. It may be 7, maybe 8, anything. So let's start the practical and try to understand how all the arithmetic functions are work. Thanks for watching this video. Here you can see finally I am back to my computer screen. First I am going to start Apache and then I am going to start MySQL. Now our server is ready for connection. So I am going to hover on my connection named demo and double click on it. So first I am going to show you the example how we can do normal arithmetic calculations. For this you need to type select. For calculation I am going to type a number 7 and I am going to addition this number with 2. So I am going to use plus sign, then I am type 2 and semicolon to end this line. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 9. 7 plus 2 equal to 9. Not only that, you can set a column name for this. For this, you need to use alias name. Let me show you. As, and our column name is total. If I run this code, here you can see the column name total. And it also calculates our number 9. Here you can use any sign. If I use subtraction sign and then run the code, here you can see the result 5. We can use multiplication. If I run this code, you can see the result. Also we can use division sign. If I execute this code, here you can see the value 3.5. And also we can use modulus, mean reminder. If I execute this code, you can see the reminder is 1. And also you can type MOD for modulus sign. If I execute this code, you can see the same result. And similarly, we can use division, DIV. If I run this code, here you can see it's written 3. Because it's do not return floating point. That's why it's written 3. And now I'm going to use all the arithmetic operator with our table. Let me show you. Here you can see a table named student. And you can see we have total 5 students in our table. We save their percentage and their age, city, name and their ID. And now I want to addition 10 with every one percentage. So I'm going to type select. I want to see student ID and their name and their percentage from our table name student. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written only 3 columns, ID, name and percentage. And now I want to arithmetic calculation with percentage column. I want to add 10 with every one percentage. So I'm going to use parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, percentage plus 10. If I execute this code, here you can see it's at 10 with every one percentage. Not only that, we can use alias name for this column. So I'm going to type as total. If I execute this code, you can see the column name. So using this method, we can use any operator with that. I'm going to use multiply side. Multiply by 2. If I execute this code, you can see the result. In MySQL, we have a constant value, which is pi. It's an inbuilt function in MySQL. So let's use this function. For this, I'm going to type another select command. Select pi is a function, so we need to use parentheses. And if I execute only this command, here you can see it's written 3.141593. And you know the exact value of pi. And it's written a constant value. And next I'm going to show you another function which is round. So I'm going to type round. As I told you earlier, round function going to return a rounded value. If value is greater than 0.5, then it is going to return the seal value. And if value lower than 0.5, then it is going to return float value. Let me show you. If our value is 5.52, means is greater than 0.5. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 6. Similarly, if I use 5.49 and then execute this code, here you can see it's written 5. And if I use negative value and then execute this code, here you can see it's written the negative 5. Now, suppose we have 3 value after point. If I execute this code, we know it's going to return 5. And now I want to return 2-digit value after decimal point. For this, we need to declare the digits. How much digit we want? I want 2 digit. That's why I pass 2. And now it is going to create the rounded value after decimal point. These 2 values. Let me show you. If I execute this code, now you can see it's written 5.50. And if I change the numbers, I want to pass 97 and then execute the code. Here you can see it's written the rounded value of 2 digits, 97, which is 98. Just we need to pass the parameter and we need to tell the function how much digit we want after decimal point. And now I'm going to show you our next function, which is say. And inside the round braces, I'm going to provide a value 2.19. Here you can see after decimal, this value is lower than 0.5. No matter what, if I execute this code, it is going to return 3. If the number greater than 0.5 and then I execute this code, it is also return 3. Cell function always return the higher value. This function is not work like a rounded function. Similarly, we have another function, float, which can play the opposite role of the cell function. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 2. But if you notice, after decimal point, the number is greater than 0.5. So no matter what, it's going to return the lowest value. Let's talk about our next function, which is power of function. For this, we need to type POW. Basically, we need to pass 2 parameters in this function. Our base parameter is 2 and our next parameter is 3. It means 2 to the power 3. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 8. Suppose our base number is 5 and 5 to the power 3. So it's going to multiply 3 5 at once. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 125. This is our base parameter and this is our exponential parameter. And now I'm going to show you our another function, which is square root. For this, we need to type SQRT. And inside the round braces, we need to pass the parameter. And our parameter is 16. And if I execute this code, here you can see the answer is 4. And if I try to execute the square root of 15, if I run this code, here you can see it's written floating point value. And now I want to rounded value of this result. For this, we need to type this function name, rounded. Round, and we need to pass this square root function inside the round braces. And if I execute this code, here you can see it's written 4. So in that way, we can use functions inside the another function. And our next function is random function. For this, just we need to type RAND. If I run only this function, it's going to return result between 0 to 1. Let me show you. If I run this code, here you can see it's written a random number between 0 to 1. So it's written a decimal number, 0.95 something something. But if I want to number between 1 to 100, for this we need to use multiple 100. If I execute this code, now it's written a number between 1 to 100. It's written 88. If I run this code once again, now it's written 58. It's randomly written any number. And if you don't want to this decimal value, you can use round function. Let me show you. And we need to move this rand function inside the round braces. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written a random number without decimal point. If I run this query once again, now it's written 46 without decimal point. And now I want to return a number between 5 to 15. In that case, we need to type 5 plus rand and 5 plus 10 equal to 15. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written a number between 5 to 15. If I run this code once again, it's written 9. And if you don't want to see the decimal value, we can use float function with that. Let me show you. Float. And we need to move this rand function inside the round braces. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written a number between 5 to 15. It's written 12. If I run this code once again, it's written 6. And now I'm going to show you the most use case of random function. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see our student table. And here you can see it's print our ID in ascending order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I want to print our student ID randomly. For this, after student, I'm going to type order by. And now I'm going to use rand function. If I execute only this query, here you can see it prints our student ID randomly 2, 5, 1, 4, 3. Similarly, if I re-execute this code, here you can see it starts from 2, 1, 3, 4, 5. So we cannot predict which ID comes first. Most of the time, we use rand function with order by. Our next function is ABS. Let me show you. ABS. Inside the round braces, if I pass any kind of value, maybe negative, maybe positive, it's always going to return the absolute value. Suppose I type minus 77. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written only 77. And if I pass any decimal value with minus sign, it's also going to return the absolute value 77.9. So let's talk about our last function, which is sign. So I'm going to type sign. Basically, sign can return three types of values. Suppose I pass 9. If I execute this code, it's written 1 because this number is greater than 0. If the number is greater than 0, then it is going to return 1. And if I pass 0, in that case, it's going to return 0. And if I pass any value which is less than 0, something minus 99, and if I execute this code, then it's written minus 1. If the value is lower than 0, it's always written minus 1. No matter if the value is decimal or not, it's always going to return minus 1 because we pass negative value. So this is our sign function. I hope now it's clear for you. These are our arithmetic functions. Thanks for watching this. See you in the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn MySQL string functions. Here you can see all the string functions. And in this tutorial, we are going to cover these green color functions. And in our upcoming videos, I'm going to complete the other functions. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use these functions with our select command. So finally, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. I already start my XAMPP server and create the connection. And here you can see I open a table named students. And we have total 5 records in this table. And also we have total 5 columns. ID, name, age, percentage and SCT. So I am going to apply our string functions in this table. So our first function is upper. If I pass any string to the upper function, it's going to convert to the string into uppercase. Let me show you. Select ID, comma, and now I'm going to use upper function. Inside the parentheses, I'm going to provide our column name, which is name. I want to see all the name in uppercase. That's why I use this column. So this function going to return a new column. And we need to use alias name for that. So I'm going to type as name, comma, and our last column is student age. And then we need to provide the table name from student and semicolon to end the line. And if I execute this code, here you can see it's created a new column name which is uppercase name. And you can see all the names in capital letter. Advan, Smith, Sophia, Neha and Mia. And we have another similar function which is also do the same thing, ucase. Let me show you. So I'm going to type ucase. If I execute this code, you can see the same result. All the names are uppercase. Our next function is lower function. It's going to convert all the characters in lowercase. So here I'm going to type lower. If I execute this code, here you can see it converts student names in lowercase. Similarly, we have another function which can do the same thing, lcase. Let me show you. If I execute this code, you can see the same result. Our next function is character length. We can count characters using this function. Suppose I want to count all the characters of student names. For this, I'm going to use this function, character length, and inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column name, which is name. And now I don't want to see student age, so I'm going to remove this column name. And also I'm going to change the alias name of this column, which is total. With that, I want to see name column, so I'm going to type name, comma, character length. If I execute this command, here you can see student name and its count total character of this name. Advan 5 character, Smith 5 character, Sophia 6 character, Neha 4 character, Mia 3 character. Not only that, if I use space between name and their surname, it's also count the space. Not only that, we have short form of this function. If I pass char length only and then execute this code, you can see the same result. It's also count the name character. This is the shorter version of this function. Not only that, we have another function which can count the characters, which is length. The length function not count the characters, it calculates the byte length. It's going to return how many bytes the name takes. Let me show you. So I'm going to remove this old function and I'm going to type length. If I execute this code, hey, it's not work because I did some silly mistake. The length spelling is wrong. GTH. If I execute this code, now you can see nearly same result. I know it's similar to character length function, but it return bytes, not the characters. Let's jump into our next function, which is concat. Basically, it's going to join two string value or string value with numeric value. Suppose I want to print student name with their age in a single string. In that case, we can use concatenate. Let me show you. For now, I don't want to show student name. So I'm going to remove this column and I'm going to use concat function. And we can pass multiple columns name inside the round braces. With name, I want to concat student age. And also I'm going to change the alias name of this column, which is result. If I execute this code, here you can see the result. Advan 24, Smith 22, Sophia 21. It prints student name with their age and it's create a single string. And if you want to give space between name and age, you need to use third column, comma, comma. Between them, I'm going to use double quotes and a space. And if I execute this code this time, you can see it's give a space between name and age. Not only that, we can use any character between them. Suppose I want to use slash. And if I execute this time, here you can see a slash between name and age. There is no limitation with this concat function. We can use multiple columns to concat each other. Suppose after age, I want to concat student ID. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass dash. Then comma, I'm going to pass ID column, ID. And if I execute this code, this time you can see student name, student age, dash, student ID. Not only that, we can use custom string with that. If I type student age, and if I execute this code, here you can see it print Advan, student age 24, dash ID 1. Similarly, we have another function which is concat underscore ws. So I'm going to use underscore ws. There is a minor difference between concat and concat ws. In this function, we can pass third parameter, which is separator, and it count our first parameter as separator. So I'm going to pass inside the double quotes underscore, and in our second parameter, I'm going to pass name column, then age column, and then our ID. And if I execute this code, Here you can see the result. It prints name, then their age, and then their ID. So we don't need to use this separator multiple times. In our previous method, it's looked very clumsy, but in this way, it's looked very organized. So this is the basic difference between concate WS and concate function. In concate WS, it's take our first parameter as a separator. Our next function is related to trim. Related trim, we have total 3 functions: ltrim, rtrim, and trim. Let's see what is the difference between these 3 functions. So first, I'm going to type ltrim. And inside the round braces, I'm going to pass a string, which is student name. And before and after student name, I'm going to provide lot of space. But if I execute this code, here you can see there is no space after and before student name. Let me prove you that thing. So I'm going to type another select command. Select, inside the quotation, I'm going to provide lot of space. Then I'm going to type student name. Student name. After student name, I'm also going to provide lot of space as name. If I execute this query only, here you can see it's print student name, but it also print lot of space. But if I use ltrim function, let me show you. And we need to move this string inside the round braces. And then execute this code. Here you can see in left side there is no spaces. Similarly, if I use rtrim and then execute this code, now you can see in right side there is no spaces. And you can see this space in left side. ltrim going to remove all this space from the left side, and rtrim going to remove all the space from the right side. And if I use simply trim and then execute this code, here you can see it's remove all the space from both of the side. And then come our next function, which is position. So I'm going to use this function, position. This function can find the position which you want to find. Suppose you just want to find name. And then we need to use in keyword, in, and then you need to provide the string. Then inside the double quotes, your name is add 1. And now I want to find this name word in this string. And this function going to return exact position of this word. So let's execute the command and see what happened. If I execute this command, here you can see it's written 6. The name word starts from the 6th character of the string. Let me prove you. Our first character, second, third, fourth, then a space. But it is also a character. So this is our 5th character. And then come our 6th character, name. And that's why it's written 6. But if I use the same word multiple times, then what happened? If I execute this code, it's always going to return the first word position. Similarly, we have another function and we called it instr. So I'm going to use this function, instr. It similarly works like position function. Just a little difference. We don't need to type in keyword. And first we need to provide the string where we want to search. And then we need to provide the keyword what we want to search. And this time I want to search is keyword. And if I execute this code, here you can see it's written 11 because is start from 11 index. So this is it. In our upcoming video, I'm going to cover all the remaining functions. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. In between, hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn string functions. This is our second video related string function. Here you can see all the string function from SQL command. But in this tutorial, we are going to cover these green ones. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So finally, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And I already start my XAMPP server and create the connection. Here you can see a table named student. As you can see, there are total 5 students. And we have also total 5 columns, ID, name, age, percentage, and SCT. I'm going to start this tutorial with locate function. Let me show you. The locate function also works like position, but we can send third parameter to this function. So let me show you. Select, locate. At first, we need to provide this search query, and the word is am. And then we need to provide our second parameter, means our string, and our string is I am a student. And last, you need to provide another parameter which is completely optional, and then I'm going to take a alias name for this column as result. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 3. It's written a index position, which is 3. It's work like position. And now I want to search only a character, not am. If I execute this code, here you can see the same result. It's written 3. Because the a character start from the third index. But as you can see, there are another a character in this string. So I want to search the next a character position. For this, we need to pass our third parameter, comma, we need to pass the index number. It's mean how much character you want to skip. So I want to pass 3. So I want to search result after 3 character, 1, 2, 3. So it's going to skip this 3 character, then it's going to search the result. Means it's going to search a character. If I execute this code, here you can see, oops, sorry, we don't need to use double quotes. And also I want to change the parameter, 4th. So I'm going to search this result from the 4th index, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 6. Because after 4th index, our a character start from 6th index. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the basic difference between locate and position function. In locate function, we can use third parameter and we can define the position from where we want to search. If you want to search result after 10 character, yes, you can. Just you need to provide the parameter here. So let's jump into our next function, which is substring. It's mean you can remove a part from a big string. So I'm going to use this function. So I'm going to remove this function locate and I'm going to type substring. First, we need to provide this string. In our case, I'm going to pass a dummy string. Hey, this string is too big, so I'm going to remove this part. Lorem ipsum is simply. And in our next parameter, we need to provide from where we want to start, mean position. So we need to provide the index number. So I'm going to use 4th index, means E. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written the string without this 3 character. Because here we mentioned that our string start from this character, em. That's why it's kept this 3 character and written this string from this position. If I pass 7 and then execute this code, here you can see it's written spam is simply, ipsum is simply. But wait, there is another parameter. Suppose I want to print only ipsum is from the string. So we need to pass third parameter to specify the exact position. Let me show you, comma 14. So this query is going to return this string from 7 index to 14 index. If I execute this query, here you can see it simply print ipsum is simple. And if you want to print only ipsum is, and then you need to count after your starting index. This is your starting index, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I pass 8 and execute this code, now it's print ipsum is. From the starting index, we need to count serially, like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's worked that way. Not only that, we can use minus value in this parameter. Let me show you. This is our -1 position, -2, -3, -4, -5, and -6. So I'm going to type -6. From -6, I want to print 6 character. It's mean this simply word. So I'm going to type 6L. If I execute this code, here you can see it's print simply word. Here our starting position is -6, mean this position. And then after -6, I want to print total 6 character, means this word. There is a shorthand version of this function, which is substr. Let me show you. Just want to type substr. If I execute this code, we can see the same result. Similarly, we have another function named mean. Let me show you. If I execute this code, it's written same result. Substring, substr, and meet, it's written same result. Let's talk about our next function, substring index. Let me show you. I'm going to simply type the function name, substring underscore index. In this function, simply we just pass a string. With that, we need to provide a delimiter. It's mean from where you want to break the string, and it's going to return result before the breaking point. Suppose here I'm going to pass a URL www.google.com, and in our second parameter we need to pass the delimiter name. It's mean from where I want to break the string. Suppose I want to break this string from this point. So inside the inverted quotes, I'm going to pass dot. And now we need to mention the exact dot. Here you can see 2 dots. So we need to provide the index number of this character. And I'm going to pass 1. Means our first dot. If I use 2, it's going to recognize this one. If I execute this code, simply it's going to return all the characters before our first dot. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's print www. And if I pass 2 index and then execute this code, it's going to return www.google. It print all the characters before this dot. Similarly, if I pass z character and then execute this code, here you can see www.zw. It's print all the character before the second z. So this is our substring index function. Our next function is left. So I'm going to type left. Basically, it's going to return all the string left side of the index number. Here we can pass only 2 parameters. Suppose I want to print only www dot. So we need to pass 4th index. From 4th index, it's going to print all the string from the left side. If I execute this code, here you can see it's print www dot. Basically, it's going to print 4 characters from the left side. Similarly, we have opposite function which is right. Let me show you. So this function going to return last 4 character means .com. If I execute this code, here you can see it print .com. If we use left function, then we can print our first 4 character, and if we use right function, then we can print our last 4 character. Our next function is rpad. So I'm going to type rpad. Rpad means first it's going to count all the character from the string, and if you want to increase the character length in right side, if you count this character, we have total 14 character in the string. And now I want to increase this string size from 14 to 20. So I'm going to pass 20 character. In our second parameter, it's going to padding our text from the right side. And after 14 character, I'm going to fill this area with a new character, which is slash. If I execute this code, here you can see after print www.google.com, it fill the area with slash. Here you can see total 6 slash. Because we have already 14 character in this string, and we mentioned 20 character for this string. That's why it print total 6 additional slash to cover this area. Now the total character length is 20. Not only that, we can use any string in this position. Suppose OE. If I execute this code, it's fill the area with OE character. For now, I'm going to use slash. Similarly, lpad work. If I use lpad and then execute this code, here you can see it fill the area in the left side with slash, and it's also written 20 characters. It's totally opposite of rpad function. Similarly, we have another function named space. Let me show you. So I'm going to type space. We use this function rarely. Basically, we do not use this function. Suppose I want to use 50 space. So I'm going to type 50. If I execute this code, here you can see it's provide 50 space. So this is the use case of this function. I don't know why we use this function. Let's jump into our next function, which is reverse. So I'm going to type reverse. Basically, it's going to print a string in opposite direction. So here I'm going to type a string at one minj. If I execute this code, here you can see the result. It's print our string from the opposite direction. So this is the use case of reverse function. Our last and next function is repeat. So I'm going to type the function name, which is repeat. In this function, we need to pass total 2 parameters. In our first parameter, we need to pass string And in our second parameter, we need to pass the number how many times we want to repeat this string. So I want to repeat this string for 3 times. So I pass 3. If I execute this code, here you can see it's print add 1 means 3 times. If I give a space and then run the code, now it's clear for you. Add 1 means, add 1 means, add 1 means. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining functions. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. This is our third tutorial related string functions. In our previous video, we covered 22 string functions. But in this tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining functions, the green ones. So let's jump into the MySQL Workbench application. So finally, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. Here you can see a function name repeat. This is our previous function. So let's start with a new function named replace. So I'm going to type the function name replace. Using this function, we can replace any character or a word with our new character or word. Let me show you. In our second parameter, we need to provide which character you want to find. I want to find Minj. And then in our third parameter, we need to provide the new string which is going to replace the old string. And I want to replace Minj with Smith. Smith. So first, it's going to find this keyword in our string, and then it's going to replace this string with our new keyword, Smith. If I execute this code, here you can see it print add 1 Smith. Not only that, if I use this Minj word multiple times, add 1 Minj Minj. Let me show you. And then execute this code, here you can see it replaces Minj keyword multiple times. So this is our replace function. In that way, it's work. Our next function is string compare. Let me show you. So I'm going to type string compare, strcmp. Basically, we use this function to compare strings. Let me show you. Suppose our student name is add 1 Minj, and now I'm going to pass another parameter. And in this parameter, I'm going to use same student name, but I'm going to use small a, add 1 Minj. If the compare is successful, then it's written 0. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 0. So both these strings are matched. And now I'm going to remove Minj from our second parameter. Here you can see our left side string is greater than right side string. If I execute this code, it's going to return 1. Here you can see it's written 1 because our left side string is greater than right side string. Similarly, if I remove Minj keyword from the left side and type Minj keyword in right side and then execute this code, here you can see it's written -1. If our right side string greater than left side string, in that case it is going to return -1. So this is the main use case of string compare function. Let's jump into our next function, which is field. So I'm going to type field. Basically, here we provide multiple string list. And if we want to find a particular string from this list, we can do using field function. So here I'm going to pass multiple string. Minj, Smith, Roy, comma, inside the double quotes, Smith once again. From this list, I want to search Minj. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written 0 because in our first parameter, we need to provide the search query, and our search query is Minj, and remaining values are our list items. So if I type Minj once again and then execute this code, here you can see it's written 4 because it's written the index number of this word. This is our first index, Smith, Roy is our second index, and Smith is our third index, and Minj is our fourth index. That's why it's written 4. Just you need to remember, in our first parameter, we need to provide the search query, and our remaining parameters are our list items. Similarly, we can use this function for integers. We can search integer value also. Similarly, we have another function which is related to this function, find in set. So I'm going to type find in set. Similarly, it's going to find the query in a list, but we need to convert this list into a set. So I'm going to convert this list into a set. So I'm going to remove the double quotes and convert it into a set. That's it. As you can see, now it's a complete string. So inside this string, I want to search Minch keyword. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's also written 4. Similarly, if I search Roy and then execute this code, here you can see it's written to index. It's a set. Just you need to remember, between comma, you don't need to provide any space, because string function counts space as a character. So this is our find in set function. Let's jump into our next function, which is format. Let me show you. So I'm going to type format. We use this function basically with numeric values. So here I'm going to take a numeric value. I'm going to type 123.456. Here you can see after decimal point we have total 3 value. But I want to return only 2 value after this decimal point. For this we need to pass a second parameter and mention that how many value you want to show after decimal point. So I'm going to show 2 value. And if I execute this code, here you can see it's written only 46 because it's written a rounded value. It's always written rounded value. In our arithmetic function tutorials, I told you how round value works. So I'm not going to explain it here. So this is the use case of format function. If I want to show one character and then execute this code, here you can see it's written 0.5 because 0.456 is greater than 0.450. That's why it returned the rounded value and it's print 5. So let's talk about our last function, which is hex. So I'm going to type hex. Basically, it's going to return hexadecimal form of any string. So if I pass any string, suppose I want to pass add 1. If I execute this code, here you can see a hexa code. It always returns hexa form of the string. Basically, we don't use this function. And if you want to use this function, you can use it in password column. So these are our all functions related to string. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn MySQL date function. Here you can see a list of date function. And in this tutorial, we are going to cover the green ones. And I'm going to complete the remaining functions in our next videos. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use this function with our select command. Here you can see I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. I already start XAMPP server and I already create my connection. At first, I'm going to use current date function, which is going to return current date, means today. So first, I'm going to remove the old code and I'm going to type select current date. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written current date. Whatever it's written, it is not our local time. It came from the server. It's written server date. For now, we use localhost server. That's why it's written our local system time and date. Similarly, we have the short form version of this function, which is cur date. Let me show you. If I use cur date and then execute this code, here you can see it's written same result. This function also return current date. Our next function is sysdate. Let me show you. It's basically written our local system date. There is no difference between current date and system date. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written date. With date, it's written current time. Similarly, we have another function related to sysdate, which is now. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written same result. It's written server date and time. Our next function is date. Let me show you. If I pass date and time to this function, it's going to return date. So first I'm going to take a alias name for this column as date. And then I'm going to pass date and time as parameter. So first I'm going to provide year 2021 dash month is, and I'm going to pass June month, and then our date is 21. With that, I'm going to pass a time 10:32 minute 21 second. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written date only, not the time. Similarly, our next function is month. Basically, it's going to return the month of this date. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 6 only. If I pass any date and time to this function, it's going to return the month. Our next function is month name. Here you can see a numeric value, but I want to return the month name. For that, we need to use month name. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written the month name, June. Our next function is day function. If I use this function, let me show you, and then execute this code, here you can see it's written the date. Date is 21. So this function basically returns the date of this month. Similarly, we have another function related to this function, which is day of month. If I execute this code, here you can see the same result. Our next function is day name. Let me show you. It's going to return the weekday name according to this date. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written Monday. 21 June 2021 was Monday. If I change the month and I type 7th and then execute this code, here you can see Wednesday. And if I want to see the index number of this week, for this we need to type day of week. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 4th day. As you know, days start from Sunday. That's why Wednesday is the 4th day of any week. Similarly, we have another function which is related to this function, day of year. So I'm going to type day of year. As you know, we have total 365 days in a year. So according to this date, it's going to return the day number. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 202. Our next function is last day function. Let me show you. If I type last underscore day and I'm going to pass February month, means 2. If I execute this code, it's going to return last date of this month, which is 28 February. If I use any different year, something 2020, and then run this code, here you can see the last date of this month is 29 because we know 2020 is leap year. That's why it's written 29. For now, I complete all these functions. And now I'm going to use these functions with the real database. And now I'm going to use all this query with our table. Here you can see a table named student. If I show you my table, here you can see we have total 5 students in this table. Advan, Smith, Sophia, Neha and Mia. With that, you can see another column named DOP, means date of birth. And I save their date of birth, year, month and day format. And now I'm going to use all the query one by one. So first I'm going to type select ID, comma, name, comma, DOB, means date of birth, from student. And now I want to extract day from this date of birth. For this, I'm going to use a function, comma, and our function name is day function. Then inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column name, which is DOB. And also I'm going to take alias name for this column as day. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written day from their date of birth. Advan, 10th day, Smith, 23rd, Sophia, 9th, etc. And now I want to see their day name. So I'm going to type NAME, name, day name. If I execute this code, here you can see Advan born in Saturday, Smith born in Tuesday, Sophia Sunday, etc. So similarly, you can use all these functions one by one. In the next tutorial, I'm going to cover these functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next exercise. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second video related MySQL date functions. Here you can see all the date functions related MySQL. And in this tutorial, we are going to cover the green ones. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. Here you can see I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application and I already start my XAMPP server. So I'm going to start this tutorial with week function. So I'm going to type select week. Inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the date 2021 dash, and our month is August, and the date is 21. Space. Also I'm going to provide time 09 colon 35 minutes colon 41 second, and also I'm going to take a alias name to this column as week. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written this is the 33 week in this year. As you know, we have total 52 week in a year. It basically return week number according to this date. Similarly, if I change the month and I'm going to pass January month and then execute this code, here you can see it's written 3 week. Similarly, we have another function which is weekday. So I'm going to type day. According to this date, it's going to return day number of this week. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 3. So let's change the month 8. And once again I'm going to run this code. Here you can see it's written 5. As you know, our week start from Sunday. So according to this result, this is Thursday. Our next function is year week. So I'm going to type year week. It's going to return 2 results, year and week, according to this date. If I execute this code, here you can see first it return year 2021 and then it's written week number which is 33. Our next function is week of year. So I'm going to type week of year. This function also going to return week number of the given date. If I execute this code, here you can see similarly it's going to return week number 33. Our next function is year function. We already learned about it in our previous tutorial. So let me show you once again. If I remove this week off and then execute this code, here you can see it's written the year according to this date, 2021. Our next function is extract, which is very important function. Using this function, we can extract year, date, week, time, etc. as we want. So I'm going to type extract. Using this extract function, you can retrieve any value from the given date. Suppose we want to extract month to this date. For this we need to type month here. Month from this date. And also I'm going to change the alias name, week to result. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 8. There are a lot of parameters you can use it here. Let me show you. You can extract microsecond, week, quarter, hour, minute, etc. Suppose now I want to extract week from this date. So I'm going to type week. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 33. And if you want to extract hour from this date, let me show you. And execute this code, it's written 9. In a similar way, you can extract minute, second, millisecond, etc. So in that way, you can use all the parameters. You can try it one by one yourself. So let's talk about our next function. Our next function is add date. First, we need to take a existing date. Then using interval, we return a new date. So I'm going to type select add date. For now, I'm going to use this date only, not the time. So I'm going to remove the time. And now I want to add 20 days to this date. For this, first I'm going to use a comma. Then I'm going to type a text, which is interval. After interval, 20 day. Obviously, I don't need this from an hour keyword. It's mean I want to add 20 day with this existing date. If I execute this code, it's going to return a new date. Let me show you. Here you can see it's written a new date, 2021. Our month is 09 and date is 10. We can add how much day we want. Let me show you. Suppose I want to add 321 day. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written a new year, 2022, 7 month and date is 8. Not only that, we can add months. Let me show you. Suppose I want to add 3 months and we need to pass month parameter. If I execute this code, here you can see it add 3 months with existing date. We can add anything, week, month, year, etc. Here you can see the list. What kind of parameter we can use this function. Similarly, we have another function which is do the same job, which is date underscore add. If I execute this command, you can see the same result. Suppose I want to add 5 months. If I execute this command, here you can see it's jump into the new year 2022. So there is no difference between add date function and date underscore add function. So in this function, we can add value with existing date. But if we want to create a new date, then we have another function. So let me show you. So I want to use make date. Obviously, we need to type select command. Select make date. Inside the round braces, we need to pass two parameters. First, we need to pass the new date year, suppose 2023, and then we can pass a day. Suppose our day is 5. If I executing this code, here you can see it's written a date, year is 2023, and month is 01, means January month. If we pass year and date, by default it's always written January month. It's going to return first month of this year. This function can only create January month date. We cannot pass any month value in this function. So let's jump into our next function and our last function, which is date underscore sub. It's play the opposite role of date underscore add function. Let me show you. Date underscore sub. If I execute this code, it's going to minus from this existing date. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written. Here you can see it's written March month, 2021, 03 month, and date is 21. So using this function, we can subtract month, hour, day, week, etc. Suppose I want to extract 21 day from this existing date. So I need to pass day parameter. If I execute this code, here you can see the result. So for now, this is the end of this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining ones. Subdate, to underscore days, from underscore days, etc. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn MySQL date functions. In our previous tutorials, I covered these 20 functions related date. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover the green ones. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So finally, I am back to my MySQL Workbench application. And as you can see, I already created my connection. And I'm going to start this tutorial with subdate function. Date sub function and subdate function do the same thing. And we need to follow the similar process to run this function. Let me show you. Select subdate. Inside the parentheses, first we need to assign a date. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 2021 and our month is 7 and our day is 21. And as you know, then we need to pass the interval. So I'm going to type interval, and I want to minus 100 day from this date, 100 day. And also I'm going to take a alias name for this column as date. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written a new date. It subtract 100 days from this date and return a new date. Similarly, we can use month parameter, year parameter, quarter parameter, etc. Let me show you. And now I want to subtract month, 100 month. If I execute this code, it's written 2013, 3 month, 21 day. It minus nearly 8 year from this date. Let's jump into our next function, which is date deep. Deep means difference. Let me show you. So I'm going to type date deeps, DATE DIFE. If we want to see the difference between two dates, in that case we use date deep function. Oops, there is a spelling mistake. Our last character should be F. Now it's correct. In this function, we need to pass two parameters. Let me show you. We need to pass another date. And in this parameter, I'm going to pass another date. 2013, February month, and our date is 21. If I execute this code, it's going to return result in dates. Let me show you. So the difference between two dates is 3072 days. Related to this function, we have another function, which is 2 days. Let me show you. So I'm to remove this function and I'm going to type 2 days. 2 underscore days. In this function, we need to pass only one parameter. So I'm going to remove one parameter from this place. This function also going to return difference between two dates. But the difference is, it's going to compare the date from the first year. It's going to show result between from 1 year to 2021 year. Let me show you. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 7,38,357. We just use this function for education purpose. This is not a very important function. We have another function which is play the opposite role of this function, and our function name is from days. So I'm going to type from days. In this function, as a parameter, we don't need to pass any date. We need to pass number of days. Suppose I want to pass same number of days. So I'm going to pass the days number here. 738357. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written the same date. It's also provide the difference between from 0 days and 2 days dates. And this function always return date. Our next function is period add. Let me show you. So I'm going to type period underscore add. As you can see, we already passed a period. With that, I want to add 5 days, comma 5. So if I execute this code, here you can see with our old period, it add 5 and it's written a new period. Similarly, we have another function related period, which is period deep. Let me show you. It's going to return difference between two periods. So I'm going to pass another period here. Inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 738123. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 58. These are not very important functions. But our next function is very important function, which is date format. So I'm going to type date format here. Date underscore format. In date format function, basically we pass two parameters. In our first parameter, we need to pass a date. So I'm going to pass a date. 2021, 09 month and 20 day. So our date is 20 September 2021. But in Asian countries, first we use date, then we use month, and then we use year. We don't use this format. So for this, we need to use date format function. Suppose I want to see the year from this date. So in our second parameter, I'm going to pass percentage y, capital Y. If I execute this code, it's going to return 4-digit year, 2021. And we call this parameter date format. We have lot of date formats in MySQL. So let me show you the list of these date formats. Here you can see a date format. According to this date, 26 February 2021. Most of Asian countries use this date format. And our date formats divided in 4 parts: day, month, year and week. And every parts come with different parameter and we call it date format. Suppose you want to show dates, then we have 4 different formats. Let me show you. Suppose if you want to show date between 01 to 31, in that case you need to use %d sign. And if you don't want to show 0 before the date, in that case you need to use %e sign. And if you want to show day like first day, second day, third, fourth, in that case you need to use %D sign. And if you want to show the day number between 1 and 366, then you need to use small j character. And for months, similarly, we have 4 different formats. Let me show you. If you want to show the full name of this month, then you need to use %M. Similarly, if you want to show short form of this month, in that case, you need to use %B. And if you want to show the month in digit format, for this you need to use %M. For January, it's going to show 01. For February, it's going to show 02. Something like that. And if you don't want to show 0 before the month number, in that case, you need to use %C. And for year, we have two different formats. Let me show you. If you want to show the 4-digit year, in that case you need to use %y. And if you want to show last 2 digits, in that case you need to use small y. And for week, we have 3 different formats. If you want short form name of this week, in that case you need to use $A. And if you want complete name, in that case you need to use $W. And if you want number of this week, in that case you need to use small w. So similar to the date format, we have time format. Let me show you. Here you can see a time, 5 hours, 32 minutes, 28 seconds and 00 microsecond. And our time format divided in 5 parts: hour, minutes, seconds, meridian and microseconds. For hour, we have 4 different formats. If you want to show 12-hour clock, in that case you need to use %h. And if you want to show 24-hour time format, in that case you need to use %H. And if you don't want to show 0 before the 12-hour format, in that case you need to use small g. And if you don't want to show 0 before the 24-hour format, in that case you need to use capital G. And for minutes, we have one format. If you want to show 0 to 60 minutes, then you need to use I. And for seconds, we have one format, which is S. And then come meridian. If you want to show AM PM, in that case you need to use %P. And then come microsecond. If you want to show microsecond, in that case you need to use %F. So let's jump into the practical and try to understand how we can use these formats. Now I want to show this date in Asian format. For this, we need to create a format. For date, I'm going to use %d, %d, slash. For month, I'm going to use %b, slash. And for year, I'm going to use %y. You don't need to remember all these parameters. Just you need to remember the process, how it's work. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written a date, 20 September 2021. If you notice, you can see it's written 2-digit year format. And if you want to show 4-digit year format, in that case you need to use capital Y. If I execute this code, now you can see the 4-digit year format. And now I want to show the full month name of this date. For this, I'm going to use capital M. If I execute this code, now you can see the full month name, September. And now I want to show the week according to this date. For this, I'm going to use an underscore and I'm going to use a parameter. And I'm going to type %W. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's Monday. And if you want to show time with this date, you need to pass time here. So I'm going to pass time. So first, I'm going to pass hour, 4 hours, 30 minutes, 21 seconds, and 30 microseconds. So with this date, I want to show the time. So I'm going to remove this week name, and I'm going to use %h for hour, colon, %I for minute. So if I execute this code, here you can see with date it's written time, 4 hours 30 minutes. So I hope now you understand the date formats. And then come our last function, which is str2date. So first I'm going to type the function name, which is str_to_date. So in our first parameter, I'm going to pass a string format of date. Let me show you. So first I'm going to type month name, which is March. And our date is 23. And year is 2021. So basically I pass a string format of a date. But the problem is MySQL do not accept this kind of format. So in our second parameter, we need to assign the term of this date. So here we need to pass the date format. So I'm going to type %M for month. And for date, I'm going to use %D. And for 4-digit year, we need to pass %Y. So after this string, we declare the date format. For month, I use capital M. For date, I use small d. And for year, I use capital Y. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written a date. Here you can see it's written a date which MySQL support properly. We basically use this function when we get data from the user using HTML forms. And when we need to save this date in our database, then we convert this date in SQL readable format. So I hope all the date related functions are clear for you. And in our next tutorial, we are going to learn about time functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about MySQL time functions. In our previous tutorials, we learned about MySQL date function. But in this tutorial, we are going to work with time functions. Here you can see all the time functions related to MySQL. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover up to microsecond function. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. Here you can see I already start my XAMPP server and I also established my connection. And I'm going to start this tutorial with current time function. So I'm going to type select current time underscore time. Basically this function going to return server current time. For now we use localhost server, that's why it's going to return my local computer time. And also I'm going to take alias name for this column as time. So let's execute the code and see what it returned. So I'm going to click on the thunder icon. And here you can see the result. It's written current time. It's written 10 AM 43 minute 43 second. This is my system time. But whenever we upload our code into the server, then it's going to return the server time. Similarly, related to this function, we have another function, which is shorthand of this function. And the function name is cut time. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written current time once again. There is no difference between two functions. Similarly, we have another function related cut time, which is current timestamp. Let me show you. Current underscore timestamp. We need to remove 1 hour from this current. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written time with current date. And we have another function similar to this function, which is local time. Let me show you. So I'm going to type local time. This function also return local current date and time. If I execute this code, here you can see the result. Our next function is local timestamp. So after time, I'm going to type stamp. It also return current date and time. If I execute this code, here you can see the result. Our next function is time function. Let me show you. This function going to return a time from particular date. So we need to pass a date as a parameter. So inside the parentheses, I'm going to take a date with time. So first, I'm going to type a date 2021, 7 month, and the date is 21. With that, I'm going to take a time 14 hour, 12 minute, 30 second, and 008 millisecond. So if I execute this code, it's going to return time only. Here you can see it. It's written only 3 format time. That's why first it returned hour, then minute, and then second. And if you want to see the hour from this date and time, just you need to type hour here. If I execute this code, you can see the result. It's written 14. Similarly, if you want to see the minute, just you need to type minute function. If I execute this code, you can see the result. It's written 12 minute. And similarly, if you want to see the second, just you need to type second here. If I execute this code, you can see the result. It returned 30 second. Similarly, you can extract microsecond from this time. So I'm going to jump into our next function, which is time diff. Let me show you. So I'm going to type time diff. In this function, we pass 2 time as a parameter. And this function going to return difference between 2 time. So I'm going to pass 2 time as parameter. So our first time is 15 hour, 54 minute, and 32 second. And our second time is 13 hour, 44 minute, 21 second. And also we need to move this time inside the double quote. So if I execute this code, Here you can see the difference between two time is 2 hours 10 minutes and 11 seconds. We basically use this function to extract the time difference between two times. So this is it for the tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover these remaining functions: add time, subtime, make time, time format, second to time, time to second, etc. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part related MySQL time function. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining functions. I'm going to start our tutorial from add time function. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So finally, I'm back to my MySQL Workbench application. And first, I'm going to use add time function. So I'm going to remove time_dep function and I'm going to type add time. Basically, using add time function, we can add times with existing time. With existing time, we need to pass an interval. Let me show you. So as parameter, I'm going to pass a date and a time. 2021, August month, and 23rd day. With date, also I'm going to pass a time. 13 hour, 32 minute, 20 second, and 0.1 microsecond. With this time, I want to add 1 hour, 00 minute, and 00 second, and 0.5 millisecond. If I execute this code, here you can see the result. It add 1 hour with our existing time. Now our new time is 14 hour, 32 minute, 20 second, and 0.6 millisecond. With that, if you want to add with this date and time, yes, you can. Just you need to pass 2, then a space. If I execute this code, here you can see our new date is 25 August. So using add time function, you can add new date and time with our existing time. Similarly, we have another function which is play the opposite role of this function, which is subtime. Let me show you. So I'm going to type subtime here. Subtime means subtract time. If you want to minus some times for the existing time, in that case, you need to use subtime function. If I execute this code, here you can see our new date is 21st August because it subtract 2 days from our date, and also is subtract 1 hour 5 microsecond from this time. That's why it's written 12 hour 32 minute 19 second 9999 and 6 microseconds. Our next function is make time. So I'm going to type make time. Using make time function, we can create new time. For this, we need to pass 3 parameters. So I'm going to pass these 3 parameters. And our first parameter is hour. So I want to pass 14 hour, 21 minute, and 32 second. So if I execute this code, it's going to return a new time. As you can see, our time is 14 hour, 21 minute, and 32 second. And remember, you need to follow the sequence. First, you need to pass hour, then you need to pass minute, and then you need to pass seconds. Our next function is time format. Let me show you. Time_format. In this function, basically we pass a format which can MySQL understand. Let me show you. 14 hour, 32 minute, and 33 second. Our MySQL understand this kind of time format. And now you want to see the hours from this time. For this, you need to pass a second parameter. And inside the second parameter, we need to pass a format. And for hour, we need to pass percentage capital H. So if I execute this code, here you can see it's written 14. So using time format function, we can extract exact time you want. You can extract hours, you can extract minutes, you can extract seconds and millisecond also. MySQL provides a lot of time formats like hour. Let me show you the list. Here you can see a time, 5 hour, 32 minute, 28 second, and 00 millisecond. And it is an evening time, that's why I use PM value. Basically, we divide our time in 4 formats: hour, minutes, seconds, and microseconds. Meridian is not a format, but we can declare AM, PM using it. So let's start with hours. To show hours, we have total 4 different formats: small h, capital H, small g, and capital G. If we use small h time formats, it's going to return 12-hour time format, but it's going to add 0 before the single digit. Suppose for 1 hour, it's going to print
01. For 3 hour, it's going to print 03 hour. And if you want to show the 24-hour time format, you need to use %H. It's going to return time from 00 to 23. And also it's going to return 0 before the single digit. And if you use small g, it's going to return 12-hour time format. But it don't going to print 0 before the single digit time. It's written 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Similarly, if you don't want to show 0 in 24-hour time format, you can use %Z. And for minute, we have only one time format, %I. It's going to return result from 00 to 59. And for seconds, you need to use small s. It's going to return result from 00 to 59 once again. And then come microsecond. For that, you need to use %f. It's going to return result between 00000 from 99999. It's always written 6-digit value. So let's see how we can use this format practically. First, I'm going to change the hour in our parameter. I'm going to use 9 hour. And then I'm going to execute this code. Here you can see it's written 09 hour, but there is no 0 before the 9. And if you want to return result without 0, in that case, you need to use Z. If I execute this code, now with hour, I want to show seconds, not the minutes. So I'm going to use %s. If I execute this code, you can see the result. First it returned 9 hour, then it returned 33 seconds. So using time format function, you can return any kind of time format result. If you want to show minute first, yes, you can. Just you need to pass %I. If I execute this code, you can see the result. First it returned 32 minutes, 9 hour, 33 seconds. And if you want to print any separator, yes, you can. Just you need to pass hyphen between these formats. If I execute this code, you can see the result. You can use dot here, slash, etc. And once again, I'm going to change our value and I'm going to pass 14 here. And now I want to show meridian with this time. So I want to type %P. If I execute this code, you can see the result. As you know, after 12 hours, it's written PM. That's why for 14 hours, it's written PM. So basically we use this function to improve our readability. Our next function is time to sec. So I'm going to type time to second. Here we need to pass a time and it's going to convert this time into a second. If I pass this time and then run this code, here you can see it calculate and return the seconds of this time. Similarly, we have opposite function related to this function, which is sec to time. Let me show you. Sec to time. As a parameter, we need to pass second and it's going to return the time. So I'm going to pass 47,234. If I execute this code, here you can see it's written 13 hours, 7 minutes and 14 seconds. So using this function, we can convert seconds into a time. And also we can convert time into a second. So I hope now the time function concept is clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn MySQL alter command. Here you can see a table named student. And in this table, we have total 4 students. And also we have total 3 columns in this table, name, age and city. And now I want to do some modify in this table. Suppose I want to add a new column in the existing table. Suppose we want to add gender column in this table. Otherwise, I want to change the data type of age column. Now, our age column data type is varchar. But I want to change the data type varchar to int. So this is one kind of modification. Otherwise, you want to reorder your column name. You want to move city column first of the order and name column last of the order and name column last of the order. Something like that. So the reordering is also one kind of modification. And also if you want to change any column name, otherwise you want to change table name, for all type of modification we have a command. And we call this command alter command. Using alter command, we can change anything in our table. So let's see what can we do using alter command. At first, we can add a new column in a table. If you want to add a new column in an existing table, in that case, you need to use alter command. And also you can change data type of a column. If you want to convert int data type to varchar data type, in that case, you can use alter command.
Not only that, you can change column name also. Suppose our existing column name is just name, and I want to replace this name with student name. In that case, you can use this command. And if you want to add any restriction in your existing column, in that case, also you can use this command. So you can add constraint to a column. And also you can change the column position. You can delete the column, and at last, using this alter command, you can change table name. But for all type of modification, we have different syntax, and we need to use it with alter command. Let me show you. Suppose you want to add a new column in a table. In that case, you need to type alter table name, and then you need to type a keyword, which is add. Then your column name and your column data type. And also you can add some constraint with that. For add a new column in a table, you need to use add keyword with alter command. And if you want to modify the column, you need to type alter table name. Then you need to type modify keyword. Then similarly, column name and data type. And if you want to delete the column, just you need to type alter table name drop column. You need to type drop column keyword, and then you need to provide the column name. Similarly, if you want to rename the column, you need to type alter table name. You need to use change keyword. At first, you need to pass your existing column name, and then you need to pass your new column name. And also you need to pass the data type of this column. And if you want to rename your table name, in that case you need to type alter table name, and you need to use rename keyword. And then you need to type your new table name. So this is the introduction video of alter keyword. From the next tutorial, we are going to start the practical. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. As you can see, I already opened XAMPP control panel, and also I start Apache and MySQL. And as you can see, I already established my connection. You can see in your left side there is a database named students, and inside this database we have total 2 tables, city and student. And as you can see, inside this student table we have total 5 students: Advanced, Smith, Sophia, Neha and Mia. With that we have total 3 columns: ID, name and DOB, means date of birth. And now I want to add another column in this table. For that I am going to use alter command. Let me show you how. So at first I am going to type alter table, ALTER, table, and then you need to provide the table name, and our table name is student. And then you need to use a keyword, which is add, ADD. When we need to create a new column in a table, in that case we need to use add keyword. And now we need to provide the new column name, and our column name is email. And for email, I'm going to take varchar data type, and I'm going to take total 200 character for email. Let's execute the code and see is it work properly or not. As you can see, it executes successfully. If I show you my table and reload my table, as you can see, there is a new column named email. So you can create new column using alter command. Not only that, you can reorder in this column. Not only that, you can reorder this column also. Suppose you want to show the column after name and before the DOB. In that case, you can use alter command also. Let me show you how. It's mean I want to modify my email column. So in that case, we need to type alter table name. Here we need to use modify keyword. Modify. After modify, we need to provide the column name. Means which column we want to modify. In our case, I want to modify email. Also, I'm going to use same data type for this column. Then we need to use another keyword, which is after. So here I'm going to type after. Next, we need to provide the column name. After which column you want to put this email column. And as you can see, our column name is name. So I'm going to type name here. So let's execute the code and see is it work properly or not. If I execute this code and show you my table and reload my table, here you can see the email column after name column. Not only that, also we can change the data type of any column. Suppose I want to change the data type of email column. In that case, you can use alter command also. If I show you the data type of this column, as you can see, email column data type is varchar. So I'm going to change the data type of this column. And now I want to convert this varchar data type into an int data type. For that, we need to type alter table student, modify our column name email. For now, we don't need these lines. And here we need to type the data type, which is int. And then we need to pass the total character, how much character we want for our column. I want to pass 20 character. So if I execute this code and show you my table structure, here you can see our email data type is int. So as you can see, we successfully convert our column data type using alter command. And now I want to add some constant in this column. I want to say, for this column, I want unique data. When I create the column, we forgot to declare the constant. So we can add constant after creating the column using alter command. For that, we need to type alter table, our table name, student. Then we need to use add keyword, ADD. And now we need to pass the constant name. I want to use unique constant, so I want to type unique. Unique, inside the parenthesis, we need to provide the column name. And our column name is email. So let's execute the code and see is it work properly or not. As you can see, our query runs successfully. And if I show you my table properties once again, let me show you. As you can see, there is a tick mark on unique column. It's mean every time we need to pass unique value for this column. We cannot use duplicate value for this column. So using similar process, you can make this column primary key. Just you need to type primary key here. And now I want to change the column name. As you can see, our column name is email. And I want to rename this column and I want to make it email ID. For that, we need to use change keyword. Let me show you. Alter table student, we need to use change keyword. Change our old column name, which is email. And then we need to pass our new column name, which is email ID. Email underscore ID. And also you need to pass the data type, which is varchar. So I'm going to type varchar. And for email ID, I'm going to use 200 character. So if I execute this code and show you my table, as you can see, we successfully changed the column name. And you can see our new column name is email ID. Not only that, also we changed the data type of this column. Let me show you. As you can see, now the data type is varchar. And it's take 200 character. Not only that, using alter command, we can delete any column. Let me show you how. For this, we need to type alter table, our table name. As you can see, our table name is student. And then we need to type drop column command. Drop column. And then we need to pass the column name. And our column name is email ID underscore ID. If I execute this code, it's going to remove the column from this table. So let's execute the code. If I show you my table and reload my table, as you can see, there is no column named email ID. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn how can we modify tables, remove tables, or change table name using alter command. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related to MySQL. And in this tutorial, you are going to learn two new commands, drop and truncate. We use these two commands for same job. They are mainly used to delete data from the table. Suppose we have a table named student. And also you can see we have multiple data in our table. And if you use drop command to delete data, in that case, it removes all the data with the table. I want to say it's going to delete the table from the database. It removes all the data, all the columns and the table also. But if I talk about truncate command, then it's not going to remove complete table from this database. This command going to remove all the data from the table, not the complete table. But as you can see, columns name and their data type is still remain. So this is the basic difference between these two commands, drop and truncate. Let's talk about the syntax. If you want to use drop command, then you need to type drop table and the table name. And if you want to use truncate command, in that case you need to type truncate table, table name. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how it's worked. So as you can see, I already opened my XAMPP control panel. and I start Apache and MySQL. And also you can see I already established my connection. As you can see in your left side, we have a database named students. And in this database, we have total two tables, city and student. And you can see in our city table, we have total 4 records. And in our student table, we have total 5 records. So at first, I'm going to apply truncate command in our city table. So I'm going to type truncate table, and our table name is city. So I'm going to type city. Then semicolon to end the line. As you can see, in our city table, we have total 4 records. So if I execute this code and show you the city table, as you can see, there is no record. It deletes all the record from the table. But if you notice, you can see it do not remove our table completely. You can see the columns name, CID, city names. Our truncate command delete only the data from this table. So this is the use case of truncate command. Now let's talk about our next command, which is drop. And I'm going to run this command in our student table. So here I'm going to type drop table, our table name. As you can see, our table name is student. So I'm going to type student. Then semicolon to end this line. This command going to remove everything from this table. Also the table name from the database. Here you can see the table name in our database. But if I execute this code, as you can see, it whip our table from our database. So this is the use case of drop table command. It's going to remove all the data and the table from our database. But if we use the truncate command, it removes only the data from the table, but it remains the table structure as it is. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related to MySQL. And in this tutorial we are going to learn what is view in MySQL. Here you can see we have total 2 tables, student table and city table. And now I want to join these 2 tables and extract some combined data. Something like that. Here you can see the city names. For that I use inner join. We already learned about inner join, left join, right join in our previous tutorials. When we use inner joins, it made our query very heavier. According to this example, if I type this SQL query, let me show you, it looks something like that. Select columns from student, inner join, city on student.city equal to city.cid. This is our first table named student. And I want to join with city table. So I use inner join city. And then we need to join with primary key with foreign key. And I know you already know this process. Suppose now I want to add more than one table using join. In that case, it's going to make our query very complex. And maybe we have to use this query again and again. And I don't think it would be the great option to type our query again and again. It's just waste your time, nothing else. For solution, you can save this command in your notepad file. And whenever we need the command, we need to copy the command from the notepad file and we can use it as a query. But there is another solution which is provided by MySQL. We can save this query in our database. And whenever we need to use this query, we can use it using view command. If we use this process, we don't need to type this query again and again. So this is the usage of view command. We can save and use our complex command using view. Now let's talk about the syntax of view command. First we need to type create view and then you need to put your view name. At first you need to use this keyword create view and then you need to take a view name. And next we need to use as keyword. And after as keyword you need to put your exact query whom you want to set as view. And now using this view name, whenever we want to run this command, we can run it. And it will save our time. And if you want to modify your view command, yes you can. Just you need to use alter command. And we'll learn about alter command in our previous tutorials. And if we don't need this command in future, then also we can delete it. Using drop command, we can delete it. So let's moving forward and start the practical. So finally, we are in MySQL Workbench application. And here you can see we have total 3 tables in our database. City, course and student. In our city table, we have total 4 city. And in our course section, we have total 4 courses. And in our student table, we have total 5 students. Here you can see a column name courses. And here you can see the course IDs 2, 3, 1, 4, 1. And these are all came from course table. And now I want to join course table and student table and return a new table. And I want to extract their ID, name and their course name. For that, we need to type SQL inner join command. So I create a new tab and here I'm going to type. So I'm going to type select ID. With ID, I'm going to take name. With name, I want to show the course name. And as you can see, our column name is course name. So here I'm going to type course underscore name. And then we need to use from keyword. From our table name. And our table name is student. And also I'm going to take a alias name which is S. And I'm going to use inner join for that. And I want to join with course table. Also I'm going to take alias name for that, C. After that, we need to use on keyword. On. And now we have to select from where we have to join these two tables. If I show you my student table, as you can see, here you can see a column name S course, means student course. So here I'm going to type our alias name is dot S course equal to, and now we need to attach with C table, means course table. So if I go back to the course table, as you can see, there is a column name course ID, COID. So here we need to type C dot COID. So here you can see we create our join. So if I execute this code, here you can see the result. First it return ID, name and course name. Here you can see it's written our result, ID, name and course name. So our join works perfectly. So I want to create a view of this code. For that, we need to use create view command. So here I'm going to type create view. And now we need to put a view name. And our view name is student data underscore data. After that, we need to use another keyword which is as. After as keyword, just we need to type the command, nothing else. So to create a view, first we need to type create view command, then we need to take a view name. Next, we need to use as keyword. After as keyword, we need to put our complex command. So let's execute the command. So I want to click this icon. As you can see, it executes our command. And now we need to refresh our schema section. And if I click on this view drop-down icon, as you can see, there is a view named student data. Whenever we need to call the view, we don't need to write this much of code. For that, we need to type select star from our view name. Select star from, and our view name is student data. So if I execute only this command, as you can see, it's written the result. It's written the ID and name from student table and course name from courses table. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of view. You don't need to type multiple line of code every time. Just create a view and you can use it again and again. And it permanently saves in our view section. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn how we can change this view. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, we are in my Workbench application. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can edit view. If you want to edit the view, you need to use alter command. So here I'm going to type alter. Alter view. After alter view, we need to pass our view name, which is student underscore data. And now you are able to change anything in your command. So as you can see in my student table, there is another column named SCT, means student city. And also you can see the table name city. And we use the primary ID of city table in our student table. And now I want to create another join with SCT column and CID column.
For that, I'm going to create another inner join. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type inner join our table name city. Also, I'm going to take alias name for our city table, which is cty. As you know, then we need to use on keyword. After on, we need to call our city column from our student table, which is sct. Our student table alias name is s.sct, and I'm going to assign with city table primary ID, which is CID. So here I'm going to type cty.cid. So basically we join two tables, one from city column from student table and another is CID column from city table. And as you know, this is our existing view. We just made changes using alter view command. So let's execute the code. To execute this code, I'm going to click this button. As you can see, it's execute our code perfectly. And now I want to call this view table again. For that, we need to execute select star from our view name. And now I want to call our view again. For that, we need to execute this command. So here, I'm going to execute this command. As you can see, it's written our table, but it do not return the city name because we do not select our city name. As you can see, our column name is city name. So here we need to type city name. Now, before execute the select command, we need to execute alter view command again because we need to save this view. So I want to execute this command. And now I'm going to execute this select command. If I execute this select command, as you can see, with course name, it's written city name also. So in that way, you can change your view command. Just you need to use alter view command. But there is another command that you can use for modifying purpose, which is create or replace. Let me show you. You can use this command, create or replace. Create or replace view, your view name. And you can use this command in a similar way. But I would like to go with alter command. This is your choice. It's up to you which command you are going to use. So this is it for this tutorial. In our next tutorial, we are going to learn how we can rename our existing view. So thanks for watching this tutorial. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.